Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on Senator Risa Ontiveros to lead the chamber in prayer. You may proceed, ma'am.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Lord of all life and power, who through the resurrection of your Son overcame sin and evil to make all things new, may we return to our work, knowing your risen presence is with us and your love is within us. Amen. Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 21 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the business for the day, Mr. President, I'd like to acknowledge several guests in the gallery. Guests of Senator Legarda, Mayor Johnny Flores Bacongallo of Patnongon Antique. Mayor Vice Mayor Jeffrey Parale and Councilor Benjamin Bandilaria of Daet Camarines Norte, guests of the Senate, guests of Senator J.V. Ejercito, Mr. Corman Roque, guests of Senator De La Rosa, the District 2 Liga ng mga Barangay Kagawad from Quezon City headed by President Jomar Ligarto. Guests of the Senate, students of the San Beda University Senior High School, teachers headed by Teacher John Vincent Gonzalez and Kayan Gasparillo. Guests of Senator Binay, guests of this representation, Mr. President, the brave fishermen from San Pascual, Masbate, who were able to find and retrieve the submersible drone. Mr. Rodney Valenzuela, can you rise? Pwede ba tumayo? Mr. Jojo Villanueva Catanela, Mr. Jeric Arrojado. Ito po yung matatapang nating mangingisda buhat sa San Pascual, Masbate, na kinuha ang isang submersible drone na hanggang ngayon po ay pinag-aaralan pa ng ating Philippine Navy kung saan nagmula. Kasama po nila si Police Brigadier General Andre Dizon ng Region 5, Police Colonel Lian Van de Velde ng Provincial Director ng Masbate, Police Major Albania ng Chief of Police ng San Pascual, Masbate, at panauhin din po natin si Governor Sorsogon ng Sorsogon, Jose Edwin Hamor. We acknowledge their presence, Mr. President.
To the aforementioned guests, welcome to your Senate. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 40th Session, Wednesday, December 18, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the Journal of the 41st Session, Tuesday, January 14, 2025.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Any objection? Secretary is directed to comply.
Message to the President. Letter of His Excellency, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., dated 23 December 2024. Communicating the veto of Senate Bill number 2514 and House Bill number 8468, pursuant to Section 27, Paragraph 1, Article 6 of the 1987 Constitution.
To the Committee on Rules.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2910, granting the Cagayan 1 Electric Cooperative, Cagalco 1 franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Tuguegarao and Peña Blanca, Enriles, Solana, Amulong, Piat, Santo Niño, Tuao, Rizal, Iguig, Alcala, and Bagao Province of Cagayan, Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
2911, providing for government assistance to private basic education, further amending RA 6728, otherwise known as the Government Assistance to Students and Teachers in Private Education Act, as amended, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
2912, declaring the Philippine State College of Aeronautics as the National Professional Institution for Aviation, renaming it as the National Aviation Academy of the Philippines, repealing for the purpose RA 7605, and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Public Services, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2913, an act further amending Republic Act number 7836, otherwise known as the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994, as amended by RA 9293, Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation.
Resolution, proposed Senate Resolution 1268, directing the Senate Committee on Migrant Workers to conduct an inquiry into the alleged cases of age discrimination faced by returning overseas Filipino workers seeking employment in the Philippines with the end in view of ensuring equal employment opportunities for all Filipinos and strengthening existing policies. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committees on Migrant Workers and Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development.
Communication, letter from the Office of the President of the Philippines transmitting to the Senate two original copies of RA number 12116, appropriating funds for the operation of the government from January 1 to December 31, 2025, which was signed by President Marcos, together with his line veto message in accordance with Article 6, Section 27, Paragraph 2 of the Constitution, which provides that the President shall have the power to veto any particular items in an appropriation, revenue, or tariff bill.
To the Archives. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2865. This is the bill on the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Senator Gatchalian is recognized to propose individual amendments. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, 1 minute suspension.
Session is suspended. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, after conferring with the principal sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and in light of some developments that would necessitate his further perusal of the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2865, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2837 under Committee Report number 331. This is the bill extending the term of the power sector assets and Liabilities Management Corporation. And so moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Senator Villar, the principal sponsor of the measure, is recognized to propound individual amendments. You may proceed, sir.
Mr. President, with the body's permission, I would like to introduce amendments to refine further the act extending the term of the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation. On page 2, delete the entire sentence found on lines 1 to 3, beginning from the PSAM Corp. Until June 26 to 2026, and replace it with the following. The PSAM Corp. Shall continue to exist for a period of 5 years from the expiration of its original term on June 26, 2026. The provision shall now read as follows. The PSAM Corp. Shall continue to exist for a period of 5 years from the expiration of its original term on June 26, 2026. All assets held by it, all monies and properties belonging to it, and all its liabilities outstanding upon the expiration of its term of existence shall revert to and be assumed by the national government. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you. That is all, Mr. President.
Senator Cayetano is recognized. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Cayetano?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. President, I reserved to ask questions or to ask clarificatory questions. It's a very simple bill, so the main amendment is the period. And so for me to support this, I just have some clarificatory questions.
The lady may proceed.
Thank
With the
you.
permission of the distinguished sponsor.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Yes,
With the permission of the sponsor, let's just put a few things on record, no, so we understand, because normally, and there's no reason why we have to file. Sorry, may I ask that we quiet down a little bit? It's just that there's so much noise behind me.
Chair would like to instruct the Sergeant at Arms to kindly maintain order within the session hall.
Salamat. So I'll proceed. Normally, when we review the lifespan of a, in this case, is it actually a? It's not a franchise, no. It's just the corporate life.
Corporate
life.
corporate.
The
GOCC.
tendency is usually to extend by the normal lifespan. So it's 25 after
Yeah.
another 25. His Honor is now recommending a period of only 5 years. That is correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, and the reason for this is when I see a number like that, the assumption is you're really just winding down. In 5 years, the purpose for this corporate existence is no longer there. So whatever needs to be wound down will be done so in that period. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Because that is the nature, the purpose of the PSAM to begin with is to dispose of these power assets of government. So there's really when that is done, it should really it should be wound down, as you said.
So, in 2003, PSAM's debt was 1.24 trillion. And do I understand correctly that now the debt is only 277.2 billion? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So more or less, we can say that they achieved their purpose. I don't know if they achieved it in a time frame that is deemed reasonable. I don't know how soon they were supposed to do that, but at least in their lifetime, they went from 1.24 to, they basically disposed of about almost 1 trillion, right? Almost 1 trillion.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
Okay, and so what's the goal in the next 5 years? What do we expect to achieve?
Yes, they still have some remaining assets in that they wish to liquidate further, and of course they're going to retire some more of these debts because they have receivables that they have to collect as well, so that by the time that they're in a reasonable time span, they will have made significant strides to reduce the deficit that they have, and at the same time dispose of the remaining assets, which we can also provide you information of what the major assets they still have for dispose of.
Okay. It was also put on record, Mr. President, that PISAM still has 110 billion receivables. What is the status of these receivables, and is the objective for this to be collected within the 5 years? And if not, what is the backup plan?
Yes, these are from various electric cooperatives. 61%. We have a list here ranging from one of the largest ones would be 38.9, which is mainly from the receivables from Lasoreco, Magelco, and Olongapo City Cooperative. And they also have receivables also between and that are under litigation. So that's another reason why they also need an extension to resolve these legal cases that they have, and hopefully they will be able to collect on these receivables. So those are the pending in terms of the pending receivables that they have, which account for 110 billion, approximately 110 billion pesos.
So, but what will happen if these, and some of these are actual cases in court, is that correct? Okay.
Yes, that is correct. There are some cases.
Now, we know from experience that some of these cases linger beyond 5 years. So how would this be handled if the corporate life is extended and these are not resolved within that
Well,
period?
according to the law, once these liabilities will revert back to government should they not be resolved. So I guess they will be turned over to the Solicitor General, I suppose, if in OGCC, these
So
cases would
can
be
we break that down? So all pending cases will be
turned
turned
the
over to
OGCC.
OGCC?
Should it come to the point that, but of course, the ideal scenarios for them to resolve these
Correct.
cases within the 5 years that we proposed. But
Correct.
in the event that that is not the case, then yes, this in all likelihood, of course, the executive would have a say in this, but in all likelihood that these cases would be turned over to the OGCC for continuation.
Yeah. So this is my main problem, Mr. President. From experience, when I just review, study, read cases, a lot of issues will boil down to the juridical personality of the parties. And I want to be sure, you have a legal opinion, because I don't want this to be on us, that there will be no party to any existing agreements that will now question the right of any government entity, and in this case, you're saying OGCC will be the one to take over. I don't want there to be any question as to the right of these government entities to take over from PISAM. Eh, syempre, may pinaglalaban tayo, di ba? Sabihin na, oh, wala na, dismiss na yan for the non-existence of the party. Patay tayong lahat. And every 1 billion matters. In fact, I'm shocked that there is a move to put a moratorium on the sin taxes, parang di natin kailangan ng pera. Oh, so here's another case. Ayoko ng ganung situation, Mr. President. So I think it is our obligation in Congress to ask the PISAM and get a legal opinion to make sure that this legal personality of PISAM will continue, because in my mind, it's dead. After the corporate lifetime ends, it's dead. And I don't want to see these cases or even agreements that are not even cases turn into cases. They'll say na walang personality sumingil. Kasi namatay yung personality na yun eh. So in the case of human beings, you have the heirs who have the right to take over. But not in every case, di ba? Like criminal liability is not inherited by the heirs of a person. So I think we'll need to look at all of these cases. And I'm not delaying this in any way. No? I'm here to support you.
Yes, thank you.
I just don't want us delaying a problem and then it's gonna, we have to face it in a few years. So I think with all those pending issues, we need to see. So for example, I know that there are land leases. No? Ang landlord is PISAM. Tama? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
That's correct.
So siguro naman magbabayad yung mga lessee. Pero malay ko ba? Baka naman sabihin nila, ay, hindi na ikaw yung landlord. Sino landlord? Di namin alam. We'll file a case. Then they'll file a case and then for 10 years, hindi natin natatanggap yung lease nila.
Yes.
So we need to be very sure about that. And may I suggest that we get a very clear legal opinion on this, because that's just my concern, Mr. President.
Yes, I think we will secure a legal opinion on this, Your Honor.
I mean, I did a bit of my own research, and I understand that the objective also is, once the corporate life ends, the functions relating to power generation will be transferred to DOE. Is that correct?
Once
The
yes,
PSAM.
most likely, because they would be the agency most qualified
Yeah.
to take over these assets, should there be any remaining assets.
And then for the functions related to financial contracts, it would be the DOF, again, because they're the most
Yes,
qualified.
yes,
Okay.
that was, yes, we discussed that, I remember, yes.
In my mind, if you're negotiating and DOF, please take over, because, I don't think there's an issue there. But if there are obligations, like I said, it's a self-protective measure that I don't trust the other side. I don't know that they will recognize the legal personality of these other persons kung merong sinisingil sa kanila. So anyway, I don't think I have to belabor that point. That is my main point in this questions. Kasi then it will go into, will 2 more years help us? Will 3 more years? And no one has asked me to lobby for the extension. It's just purely from a legal perspective of how all of the whatever is due to PISAM will continue despite the juridical personality ending. That's all, Mr.
Yes,
President.
point well taken. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendments,
President, I have a amendment, individual amendment.
I support my statement.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized to propose individual amendments. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll wait for the good sponsor to occupy the podium. Yeah.
I'll just make a manifestation, Mr. President, because I was talking to the sponsor and I said, I am not comfortable passing this without a clear answer on the assurance of the who will take over the legal personality of PISAM. His Honor says they're quite confident, but I said they can't speak for the parties that PISAM is involved with. So the sponsor said that, well, maybe what will happen is before 5 years, if there are still outstanding issues, then it will go to Congress again. I'm okay with that, if that has to come to that. But for me, the best thing to really have done is to look at all the issues and really study it. Let's do our homework properly. Kasi I don't think it's fair to pass it on to Congress. Give us a timeline, tell us it has to get done, when honestly, these are legal opinions that can be obtained. Kasi iba-iba yung situation eh, iba-iba yung kaso eh. And I was listening to the House hearings on NGCP, and legal issues are legal issues. That's why they're lawyers. That's why we have courts. So this will come up, and I don't like it. I am not comfortable. I feel like it's a shortcut to just pass it on to us and say, bahala na. Hindi ako komportable doon, Mr. President. But I'm not gonna stand here and object to its passing. I'm just putting on record my concern that if you do the proper homework, check every case and see what the legal situations are, then we're better equipped with what we have to deal with in the future. Thank you.
Noted, and with due thanks to Senator Cayetano. Senator Gatchalian is recognized. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one amendment, Mr. President, and I already gave this to the good sponsor for his pre-clearance, Mr. President. On page 2, line 6, after the phrase national government, insert a new proviso which reads, provided, comma, further, comma, the PSAM Corp, provided, comma, further, comma, that PSAM Corp shall be prohibited from collecting or charging consumers for stranded costs and stranded debts during its extended corporate life, except as otherwise provided by except as otherwise approved by the Energy Regulatory Commission, ERC, open close parentheses, prior to the date of the passage of this act. So move, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, we accept subject to staff.
That's it, Mr. President. Thank you.
There is a proposal. Is there any objection? Duly accepted by the sponsor. Any objection? There being none, the proposed amendment, subject to style, is approved. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Villanueva?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I remember during the period of interpellations, we were asked if we can just forgo with our interpellations and perhaps raise some issues during the time of the period of amendments. May I just raise some, just two important issues, Mr. President?
The chair confirms that, given that we simplified the bill to
Yes,
a large
Mr. President.
extent. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At the onset, may I just put into the records that I fully support and understand where the good senator from the city of Taguig and Patero, Senator Pia Cayetano, raised a while ago. And Mr. President, I just have some clarificatory questions with regard to the performance in terms of sale and privatization of assets, Mr. President. Mr. President, PISAM has disposed of 1,784 real estate lots covering 1,071.04 hectares, Mr. President. I'd like to make sure that my numbers are correct, Mr. President. And may we just know, Mr. President, how many lots remain to be privatized, Mr. President, distinguished colleague?
1,764 disposed. And disposed 1,067.
Yes, just to, as of December 31 of 2023, the real estate lots there are 1,764 lots disposed, equivalent to 1,067.5 hectares.
And how many lots remain to be privatized, Mr. President?
I can give the exact, but it's approximately 800 lots.
I'm sorry,
It's approximately 800 lots.
800 lots.
We can furnish you with the exact
Yeah.
number shortly.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. I remember, Mr. President, during the Senate committee hearing, PISAM mentioned about some 5,141 estates. They are still managing, if I'm correct, Mr. President. Could we clarify, Mr. President, if these 5,141 estates comprise the total remaining real estate assets for privatization, Mr. President?
It cannot be sold because of President. That's why we said it's not included here. It's not included, sir. This is what can be of the remaining some of these covered requires.
The real estate that you mentioned is covered. They're not able to privatize. They were not included in the list for privatization because they fall under certain presidential proclamations and and some of them are untitled, so they're not open to privatization.
So, Mr. President, are there any specific assets that do not generate revenue or are costly to maintain? I just wanted to find out, Mr. President, like how does PISAM plan to accelerate the disposal of these remaining real estate assets? And we're only talking about extending it for another 5 years, right, Mr. President?
That's part of the expertise.
Yes. There are a lot of the assets held by the ones that are non-generating. Of course, there are assets that are power generation, so they generate income for PISAM. But there are, like as you mentioned, there are real estate assets that they're in the process, and some are under litigation, some are untitled, and some fall under presidential proclamation. So those are the assets that are not income generating for the PISAM, and there are efforts to have them titled so that they can be utilized. But the ones that we mentioned earlier, these are the assets that they have that can be readily liquidated.
That's perhaps, Mr. President, the last point that I'd like to raise in this particular issue is, do we have an estimate, Mr. President, as to how long it would take to dispose all remaining real assets, real estate lots, or as to how many will remain unsold until 2031? Because, Mr. President, based on PISAM's published information, 647.2 hectares across 858 lots of real estate assets remain, Mr. President.
So how long were you thinking? In the extended period. Based on my conversations and based with my conversations with PISAM, they do have a real estate plan for the liquidation of those assets, but they said most likely it would take more than 2 years to do so. That's why we have this 5 years. They feel it's a reasonable time to liquidate the rest of the real estate assets that they.
So it is reasonable enough to
Reasonable.
have the 5-year extension.
Yes, it's
to dispose
it's
all
a
of
reasonable period of time, we believe, based
Thank-
on our conversations.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will trust the sponsor more than the original information that where he is getting this information. But Mr. President, I wanted to believe that it is possible. But of course, they've been there for 25 years, and parang ang hirap po paniwalaan na kaya nang mangyari. But anyway, Mr. President, let me go to another point. As I promised, I will be very short with this queries. Some of my questions were asked already by Senator Cayetano. Mr. President, the principal purpose of PISAM is to manage the orderly sale, disposition, and privatization of National Power Corporation owned generation assets, real estate, and other disposable assets. Mr. President, how much is PISAM spending on the storage, maintenance, taxes, and safekeeping of these assets, Mr. President?
Are yearly OPEX sa pagkakalit?
Because my next question, Mr. President, is how much is it losing due to the depreciation of these assets while they remain unsold? So that's where I'm coming from, Mr. President. So how much are they spending, and how much is it losing due to depreciation of these assets while they remain unsold, Mr. President? Mr. President, I'm asking this question because our IPIRA law does not contain any provision that exempts PISAM as an entity from taxation, unlike the National Power Corporation, whose charter provides that it is exempted from direct and indirect taxes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the annual OPEX operating expenditures of the PISAM comes out to approximately 500 billion pesos. So more or less 500 million operational expenses. So, that more or less that we can say that is the amount that is needed in order to that the government is spending in order to liquidate these assets, which is also why it's necessary to have this extension, but make an extension that is of a reasonable time, because of course, there is a cost to this liquidation, and if you extend it too long, these costs mount. So I think 5 years would be a reasonable target. At the same time, it gives them enough time that they can get maximum value for the assets that they are disposing.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Perhaps the last issue that I'd like to raise, Mr. President, is on the financial obligations and liabilities of PISAM. Mr. President, PISAM projects, Mr. President, that its financial position may only become positive by 2040. If I recall, Mr. President, there was a statement during the hearing, and it will become debt-free by 2056, assuming ideal conditions will be met, Mr. President. In other words, Mr. President, what is PSAM's endgame? With the proposed 5-year extension, what would be PSAM's roadmap or timeline to achieve its mandate of full privatization, liquidate all debts, and ensure a seamless dissolution without disrupting the energy market, Mr. President?
Discussion. So on top of the collection of the 110 billion pesos, we also want to be of times this training.
Yes. So, right now, there are approximately 447 billion pesos worth of assets which they are expecting to liquidate. This is part of the plan. Now, these remaining assets include the Agus
I'm
Polang,
sorry, how much is it again, Mr. President?
447 billion pesos.
447 billion.
Yes.
So these are all maturing financial obligations that need to be liquidated.
No, these are assets that they're
Old assets,
disposing
okay.
in order to meet their
Okay.
financial obligations.
Yeah. And it needs to collect probably about 100 billion, if I'm correct, from
Yes.
problematic accounts.
Well, no, this aside from others, the receivables are 110 billion from
Okay.
delinquent accounts, power receivables from power cooperatives, and also from Meralco. So that comes out to 110. They also have 118 billion pesos worth of power generating assets that they feel that they can receive 118 billion pesos, and other privatization proceeds for 51, and they have an allocation from the law, the MKA, which is 168 billion. So that comes to 447 billion pesos.
447
Yes.
billion. But PISAM has about, if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if my figures are correct, 282.6 billion left to pay as of May 2020.
277.
277.
Yes.
So it's less than 282. So it has 277 billion left to pay. What is the current amount of its total liabilities, Mr. President?
277 is the remaining liabilities.
That's the remaining.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Perhaps the last point that I'd like to point out, Mr. President, is the roadmap or the timeline to achieve its mandate of full privatization, and it will be accomplished in the next 5 years. Is that
Well,
correct, Your Honor?
in a sense, by giving them an extension for 5 years, we are giving them that timeline in order to liquidate the remaining assets, which we feel is realistic. But of course, we also have to be aggressive because, again,
And practical as well, Your Honor?
practical. But
Thank you.
it doesn't preclude anyone from requesting for an extension. They can always. But that being said, we want to set a. I think it was agreed upon that we should set a target that is
Achievable.
and aggressive at the
Yeah.
same time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Perhaps may I just ask for parang yung timeline lang, Mr. President,
Yes,
breakdown how we're going to do it so I can fully support the measure. I'd like to thank the gentleman from Las Piñas for answering very patiently this representation's questions. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period for amendments now closed.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2837. And so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none. Motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
President, 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2895 under Committee Report number 424. This is the bill on the amendments to the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act. And so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order.
Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellation, I move that to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the sponsor, main sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, as well as
Senator Bato is recognized.
Ronald Bato de la Rosa to propose individual
The
amendments.
sponsor of the measure and to propose amendments, the Honorable Zubiri. The gentlemen have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po. If the good gentleman from my region of Mindanao will accept a few perfecting amendments, maganda na po yung kanyang panukala at committee report. Dadagdagan pa natin ng konting bonus kung papayag po siya.
Mr. President, can I have 1 minute suspension?
Oh, yes, yes.
It's okay.
Session suspended.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have my amendment is still on page 2, so, hindi pa pala tayo. If I may, Mr. President, maybe you'd like to ask if there are amendments on page 1?
Yes, Mr. President. On page 1, I think Senator Risa Hontiveros has some amendments.
Yeah, meron page 2.
Senator Rodriguez recognized.
Permit to ready.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Good sponsor. On page 1, line 7, I propose to delete the phrase duly authorized representative and replace with the phrase the chief of the Firearms and Explosives Office as may be authorized from time to time. Explaining further, Mr. President, that this contains the clarification made by the sponsor himself yesterday that only the Chief of the Firearms and Explosives Office may be delegated the authority to issue permits to carry firearms outside of residence. So I so move.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment as accepted by the sponsor? There being none, proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, page 2, if I may.
No other amendments on page 1.
Senator Risa has page 2.
Okay.
Nauna siya, Mr. President.
No, what line, Senator
I'm
Risa?
on section 3, so I don't know if you're ahead of me.
What line, Senator Zubiri?
I'm on line 27 po.
What line, Senator?
Mine's, Mr. President, good gentlemen from Bukidnon are on section 2, lines 5 to 18.
The lady may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So good sponsor, on page 2, I propose to delete lines 5 to 18. This is section 2 of the bill, which relaxes the restrictions on the persons allowed to own and possess firearms. And because it is my view that the current protections of the law be kept and not modified, I so move, Mr. President. Good
What
sponsor.
does the sponsor say?
I can hardly accept that amendment, Mr. President, because I have cited my case
yesterday that if you have a pending case, you can no longer avail of this permit to carry firearms outside of residence.
Yes, sir.
So we cited the equal protection of law that unless you are convicted of a crime, you are presumed innocent, Mr. President.
Yeah, just read the things.
If I may proceed, good sponsor?
The lady may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I submit, but not without reiterating for the record that the reason I interpolated about this point with the good sponsor and still attempted to propose it as an amendment is because of my very strong belief that, which was not disputed by the good sponsor, but my very strong stand that ownership and possession of firearms is a privilege and not a right, and as a privilege must be more strictly rather than less strictly regulated. For the record, Mr. President, and salamat muli sa good sponsor.
Mr. President, I just would like to, I have a counter offer, kung pwede sana. I'm willing to accept that amendment, but provided only those charged with the crimes punishable by more than 20 years and above. Because like in my case, arbitrary detention, punishable by maximum of 20 years. So I think kawawa naman yung mga police o mga law enforcers na nakasuhan ng arbitrary detention, tapos sila mismo, they are the ones implementing the law, porque may kaso sila, hindi sila maka-avail ng permit to carry firearms outside of residence. So yun lang po yung aking counter offer, Mr. President.
Also,
Baka pwede yung
I'm sorry. Yes,
the
ladies first. Yeah, yeah, it's related lang, Mr. President, because if I may,
The Honorable Zubiri is recognized for his interjection.
permission of Senator Pia. As Senator Pia and Risa, and of course Senator Pia, she was also raised her hand. Yeah, there are a lot of people are actually, they have a lot of cases, but many of them are harassment cases. So we just want to avoid also, people file cases of harassment, just to harass a particular individual. If that individual is a high-risk individual, like a politician or he's involved in the banking operations, or he's involved in finances, he's a lawyer. I know a lot of lawyers have pending criminal cases filed by losing opposite sides. No? So they'll not be able to avail of the law if we put a very strict disqualification if there's a pending case. So yun lang I'd like to point out also. Tama naman si Senator Bato, if it is a case maybe concerning murder, kidnapping,
heinous crimes, Mr. President.
heinous crimes,
I can go with that.
trafficking of men and women and children, and things like that. Pwede po yan. Pero yung simple, baka simple fraud or whatever na pending pa naman, maraming nagpapile. Maraming mga congressmen pinailan. I know a case of a congressman whose father filed a case against him because he supposedly had taken over the business of the father, but apparently it's just it is a family spat, and the charges have all been dropped. But at that point in time, the person will lose his opportunity to be able to defend himself with a firearm. So yun lamang po, if there's a compromise, baka we can limit it to heinous crimes.
Heinous crimes, Mr. President.
Oo.
I am okay with heinous crimes.
Can I make my interjection with the permission of
Senator Cayetano, with the permission of Senators Ontiveros and Zubiri, may proceed with their interjection.
Thank you. No, I just like to add to this discussion, no, because I know this is a very important provision, and we're trying to balance the right of innocent persons who want to avail of this privilege. I agree with Senator Risa that it is a privilege. So I'd like to ask His Honor's thoughts on the sponsor's thoughts on persons who have been charged with violent crimes. Like, it may not be heinous, but what if it is an act of violence, domestic violence? And in many cases, violence occur in their own home by their own partner. So the incident may not include the use of a firearm, pero may violence. Like, nananakit na siya. Antayin pa ba natin na baril na yung itutok sa kanya? That's coming from a female perspective. I totally understand. I hate it when people are being blackmailed or they are going to be taken advantage of and be prevented from legally carrying arms. Pero valid din naman yung concerns ng mga kababaihan at pamilya na there is somebody in the home that is licensed to carry firearms, tapos meron na siyang pinakitang violent action. Paano kaya natin yun mabibigyan ng protection?
Your Honor, the case being cited by Senator Pia Cayetano can very well be addressed by the other requirements in the availing of the permit to carry firearms outside of residence. Like for example, pag may history siya ng violence, kung magpaparecord sa police station yung
Yes.
kanyang asawa, so meron na siyang blatter doon sa stasyon.
Okay, yes.
So one of the requirements for PTC4 is police clearance.
Okay.
So pag meron siyang record doon, hindi siya makakuha siya ng police clearance, pero may note doon na he is may blatter siya dito o
And then what happens?
violence.
And then what happens is that
Hindi siya ma-approve.
Okay.
Hindi siya mabigyan ng
because of
PTC
that.
because of that.
I'm comfortable with that, Mr. President.
Yes,
Kasi
because,
yun na yung protection ng pamilya na hindi basta-basta alam niyo naman, you know what, that story I'm concerned about, di ba, na nagyayabang pa na may baril ako, ganon. So, okay, I'm okay with that. I wanna get the opinion of my female colleague if that sounds, it sounds reasonable naman na
May-
It
nakocover
sounds
yun.
more than reasonable, Mr. President.
May the
And
chair-
I thank my kabaro for...
May the chair suggest, having heard the opinions of our colleagues, can we just place in the section, Your Honor, Senator Bato, that the pendency of a criminal case will not automatically disqualify an applicant unless disqualified either by order of the court
Yes.
or by relevant regulations that may be issued to address the changing needs of the times. So, ang sinasabi natin sa provision, kasi nakalagay dito, shall not be disqualified. Anyone with a pending case shall not be automatically disqualified
I accept, Mr. President.
unless so ordered by a court of competent jurisdiction or by regulations.
And regulation means
Sa IRR, pag may policy yung presidente, yung chief PNP na, alam mo, dumadami yung mga gantong krimen, pagbawal, mag-stricto tayo ng ganto. Yung sinasabi niyo pong pag may blotter, regulation lang po yun, di ba? Na hindi siya i-issuean ng permit to carry outside of residence.
Correct.
That's only a regulation, that's not in the law. So if the law, if the regulations so limited, pero hindi siya automatic disqualification.
I agree, Mr. President.
Would that be acceptable?
Because I'll take it further, Mr. President, no. Ang madalas naming kaso in our show is yung nakainom, tapos yung mga tambay dyan na nanggugulo lang talaga sa neighborhood, like whether may baril pa yan or balisong or nothing, ang yabang-yabang makaasta doon, di ba, parang mananakit talaga. So again, that could be covered by regulation kasi mabablatter din siya eh.
Yes,
Yung
aside from
sinasabi niyo, mabablatter din yun eh dahil nanggugulo ka sa community.
Aside from the blatter, police blatter or police clearance system, Your Honor, Mr. President, meron pa yung kaukulang background investigation. Bago ka bibigyan ng threat assessment. Kasi one of the requirements for permit to carry firearms outside of residence is for you to have a threat assessment
Okay.
coming from the PNP. Ang maggawa nito is yung intelligence group ng PNP, the Directorate for Intelligence, at kasama dyan sa kanilang gagawing threat assessment is yung background investigation sa iyo. Kung ikaw ay lasinggero, ikaw ay kilala na bully sa komunidad, lalabas yan sa report doon na galing sa intelligence, sa threat assessment, na hinihingi mo, so hindi ka mabibigyan ngayon ng threat assessment dahil may pagka-abusado ka.
Okay. Okay.
So may the chair take the liberty of proposing subject to style?
I accept, Mr. President.
The provision from line 12 after the word provided until the word jurisdiction on line 17 shall now be read as follows after deleting the same. Provided that an applicant who has a pending criminal case shall not be automatically disqualified unless ordered disqualified by a court of competent jurisdiction or prohibited by relevant laws and or regulations. Subject to style.
I accept, Mr. President.
Pero, Mr. President, if I may,
Please.
if usually, for example, there is a crime that is committed, I noticed that the PNP, through the Chief of Police or the Philippine National Police Chief, issues an order to revoke all its firearms, his or her firearms, especially when they're on the run. And there's a warrant of arrest that's issued
Yes.
against a certain individual and nagtatago sila. Siguro isama natin that the authority, which is the police chief, can also revoke their permit if there's a pending.
Insert yun.
Yeah.
It will be
insert-
covered by relevant rules and regulations that if he is wanted by the law, if he is running from the law,
Yes.
then it can be revoked. But by regulation, because we cannot
Okay.
possibly provide for every possible scenario and situation that may arise in this provision.
Okay.
Okay.
Because, Mr. President, yeah, for example, for example, our friends in the media, maraming kaso ng mga libel yan. Just because may libel cases yan, not allowed to own firearm, kawawa din naman sila. They have to protect themselves. So this amendment of Senator Bato is actually a good amendment, so at least they'll be able to, it's not automatically disqualified if they have a case.
Yes,
Correct.
that will be the effect of that.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, if I may also just make of record,
Please.
una po salamat sa good sponsor sa partially pagbubukas muli dun sa punto na ininterpolate ko noon dito naman sa period of amendment. Nung sinabi po nila na baka unless charged with crimes punishable by more than 20 years. I appreciate po yung effort ng good sponsor, balikan yung interpellation namin at magluwag ng kaunti. Again, I reiterate my appreciation to my fellow woman senator, Senator Pia, for bringing up that aspect of violence against women as it may be impacted by our bill. And last but not the least, salamat tabi din sa presiding officer, Senate President, for providing what may be the broadest possible retention of some of the current protections under the law by his formulation accepted by the good sponsor in relation to actions of the court, laws and regulations. So since it's no longer necessary for me to accept the amendment to my amendment of the good sponsor, then I just would like to put on record my thanks.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Senator Risa, allow the chair to dispose first of the amendment. So there is a proposed amendment to the amendment duly accepted by the author, the sponsor. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is hereby approved. Senator Cayetano.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I may have a proposed amendment, but it's still a clarificatory question first. Still on section 2, but on the first part, I note that it refers to a crime that is punishable with a penalty of more than 2 years, no? So I direct my question to the lawyers in the Senate Hall and also our secretariat who help us with the language. Ano ba yung rule natin? Are we trying to, this is a special law, so we go by years. We will not follow the usual standard in the revised penal code where we define arresto mayor, arresto menor, prison mayor. Ano bang rule natin? Sana may consistency tayo para standardize ang lawmaking natin. I don't really care. It can still be within that time frame, but for form.
Given the existence of special laws which provide for penalties not following those provided for in the revised penal code, usually
They
what I've
usually
seen
go by years,
is we go
no?
by years and they just go to the corresponding penalty imposed by the court, which specifies the years of arresto mayor or prison correctional in the decision convicting an accused.
Okay.
Di ba range of 6
Yeah.
to 12 years?
Yeah.
The years are specified. But the more relevant question would be why 2 years? Because you either go by probationable or non-probationable. Probationable meaning lighter crimes or offenses. Non-probationable meaning more serious crimes and offenses.
That's my second question. Kasi pinag-isipan naman yata nung mga predecessor natin ng mahaba yung below 6 months, di ba? Tapos 6 months to 6 years, tapos 6 years to 12 years, 12 years to 20 years. So sana may relevance itong 2 years. Ano ba yung mga crimes na eksakto sa 2 years? Dapat alam natin yun.
May I throw the question at Senator Zubiri and De La Rosa, who are the
Proponents.
movers of this bill. Again, 6 years, below 6 years is probationable. If you're a first-time offender, not a recidivist, not a habitual delinquent, you can apply for probation. Ibig sabihin, hindi naman serious offense to. Hindi mo kailangan makulong, probation ka. Above 6 years, you're not eligible for probation anymore. Now, do you want that? That can be a possible threshold,
Okay sa akin yun, Mr. President.
which is more lenient
Yes.
than
Okay
2
po sa
years.
akin. Okay po sa akin, Mr. President. I don't know the
If
co-sponsor.
that is the intention, to make it easier.
Yes, Mr. President. Because
Di ba yun ang intention?
this 2 years this 2 years is stated in the existing law, the present law. That we are amending. That this is not part
Not an
of our
amendment.
Dati na ito.
So we can make that amendment, Mr. President. I think Senator Pia is just,
Yeah, I'm just pointing it out so that we consciously are amending what we want to amend. And if this is not a proposed amendment, we are consciously not touching it. Hindi yung parang di lang natin ginagalaw na di natin napag-isipan. Kasi if you ask me, I'll just go by the basis of the Senate President na generally, yun yung mga 6 years and below. Hindi ko kasi
minor
I don't
crime.
know off the top of my head kung ano yung pasok sa 2 years, ano yung 3, ano yung 4. Parang 6 years and below yung general ano niyan eh. Unless hihimayin talaga natin isa-isa. So if we go by the wisdom of the previous Congress that set it at 2 years, follow lang tayo. That's why I tossed it to the lawyers, no, to get
Hindi ko na.
their insight.
According to my expert here, Senator.
Mr. President, Mr. President, if we can contribute to the discussion,
6 months to 6 years.
okay, we will assume that we are recognizing. Mr. President, ito yung requirements ata that may declaration si applicant eh. That sasabihin ni applicant that I have not been convicted of a crime punishable by more than 2 years. So, dapat stricto tayo. This is a convict that we are allowing to possess firearms, Mr.
Right.
President. So, let us not make it 6 years, masyado naman. So 2 years, okay na po yun. Lesson mo, dapat nga i-lesson pa. Kung tutusin. If you're a convict, you are not allowed to own firearms. Dapat. Pero ito, parang may concession na 2 years. So that's the current state of the law, Mr. President. So I will discourage being more lenient, Mr. President, to the convict. Thank you.
We have the intention of amending this particular provision, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yeah, that's up, brother.
Mr. President, can we continue with page 2?
Yes, please proceed.
Senator Subiri has some amendments on page 2.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I may, on page 2, section 3, on line 29, after the word business, Mr. President, delete the line, provided that such permit shall be valid for 2 years from the date of the approval of the application unless sooner revoked or suspended, and will be replaced with, provided that such permit shall be valid for 2 years, 5 years, 2, 5, or 10 years, as the case may be, depending on the term of the corresponding LTOP, unless sooner revoked or suspended. So, ang punto dyan, Mr. President, is that the PNP chief can issue a permit to carry. Right now, by law, it's only 2 years. But he can make it 2 years, he can make it 5 years, he can make it 10 years. The reason being, for example, you're a retired judge. You're 65 or 70 years old. I think the retired judge is 70 years old. He may apply for a 10-year permit to carry. Para naman hindi naman sa every 2 years magbabalik sa chief of police kasi anyway, he's qualified being a retired judge and maybe his life will continuously be in danger, especially if he handles high-profile cases. Yun lamang po, Mr. President. Maybe if I ask for 1 minute suspension, Mr. President, I just want to clarify something.
Session suspended.
Yung corresponding LTAP that means Mr. President, if I may be able to amend my amendment, that the section provided shall read as follows.
Page 2.
This is page 2, section 3, line 29, after the word business.
All right.
It will be read, and we will delete the line that says, provided that such permit shall be valid for 2 years from the date of the approval of the application, unless sooner revoked or suspended, to be replaced with, provided that such permit shall be valid for 2 or 5 years, unless sooner revoked or suspended.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. My next amendment, Mr. President, is on page, anong page ito? Page 4 pa, page 5 pa, Mr. President. Are there any amendments prior to that?
Before you proceed, Senator Zubiri, just on page 3, just would like to ask the sponsor, on page 3, line 28, reservists under Republic Act number 7077. May I know how many reservists are there?
May number ko?
Are we going to legalize giving them firearms?
Di po, Mr. President, if I may explain. It is only, sige po. It is only threat assessment. They're only exempted from threat assessment.
Yes,
Kasi,
but how many reservists are there? I just would like to know the numbers, Your Honor.
we have a general, Mr. President, of the reservist corps here. General Tolentino, Mr. President. May we recognize him?
Yes, Majority Leader.
From my recollection, I think it's 170,000.
170,000.
More or less. More or less.
How can the special unit of PNP assess these 170,000?
No, these are, you know, when you speak of reservists, this would include the retirees of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, former ROTC cadets, joined the ranks of the reservists. Because under existing AFP mandates, once you have served, General Angan is nodding his head, you're considered as a reservist once you have retired. So automatically, and Mr. President, to underscore the point, retirees have been vetted. They're not just well-trained, they know how to use the firearm, and they're responsible gun holders as well. So this would probably lessen the administrative burden of any agency, the Firearms Office, in charge of vetting all of this prospective gun holders, Mr. President.
Thank you for the information, Majority Leader. What about on line 26? The active, honorably separated, and retired military and law enforcement personnel, are they not considered as a reservists?
I think, Mr. President, the law kasi was very clear. The original law, it said active and retired military and law enforcement personnel. I think what they added here is honorably separated, just to highlight those that are dishonorably discharged, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, but according to the Majority Leader, itong mga retired military officers are also
Yes.
classified under the reservists.
I think
correct?
it's better to distinguish them separately, Mr. President. Yung may retired military and police personnel.
Yes.
Kasi yung may reservist, katulad ko po, ako po yung reservist.
Yes.
Senator Robin Padilla is a reservist. Marami po tayong reservist. You're also a reservist, Mr. President. If I'm mistaken.
Not yet.
Oh, malapit na. Oh, dapat, Mr. President, you are the chairman of the committee on
There are a
defense.
lot of members of the showbiz industry who are also
Service.
reservists
Yes.
in the military.
Mr. President, if I may, not all retired AFP or PNP personnel are automatically become members of the reserve force. They have to join, they have to manifest their intention, they have to officially register their names. May mga proseso po, yan, Mr. President, na may process na ginagawa. So right now,
So based
you
on-
are asking about the total number of reservists.
Based on your data, how many, just give me a
It's
ballpark
about
figure.
1.2 million, Mr. President.
1.2 million.
Yes, Mr. President.
far
According to
cry
that
from,
data from DND.
Pero Mr. President, if I may, Mr. President, just to explain, I understand your point. Parang 1.2 million bibigyan natin ng baril. Hindi po, sir. Hindi automatic na bibigyan sila ng baril, Mr. President.
Dadaan pa sa mga
It's just a
procedures yan.
threat assessment.
Yes. Yes, I understand.
It's just exemption from threat assessment because of the reason being that if you're a reservist, you have to be called to duty in times of a national crisis or an invasion and perform your duty as a reservist. Ang nangyari po sa, I'll give you an example, Mr. President, ang nangyari po sa Israel, lahat po sila ay trained. Men and women are trained as ex-military. But the government required all their firearms to be placed in the camps. So pagpasok po ng Hamas dun sa kanila, lahat sila anti-terrorism experts pero dala nila kutsilyo lang. Yung kalaban nila naka AK-47. Kaya ang daming 1,400 Israelis perished at the time and they're all trained individuals. Ang punto lang po nitong batas na ito is that our reservists may buy a firearm and they're exempted because they're reservists, they have no conviction, exempted na sila sa ano po, sa certificate of threat assessment. Yun lamang po, it's just being an advantage that you serve as a reservist, at least you're exempted from getting the threat assessment. Kasi you're going to defend the country if called for, Mr. President.
Thank you for the clarification,
Thank you, sir.
Senator Zubiri. Senator De La Rosa, you said that there are 1.2 million reservists.
Yes, Mr. President.
Ang sinabi ni what the majority leaders mentioned is only 170,000. Where did
They are classified, Mr. President, according to the following. We have ready reserve, standby reserve, and affiliated reserve. So for ready reserve, we have 71,000.
What is this?
Ready reserve.
Ready reserve.
Mobilizable at any given, at any point in time.
Range ng edad nito.
Ang edad dito is
Kung ready sila, meron bang 70?
18 to 35 years old.
18 to 35, all right.
Yes. Then we have the standby reserve.
This?
Standby reserve.
Standby.
Medyo mas matanda ito konti. Above 35 at below 56 years old.
Ako yun.
Below 65.
Standby reserve. After that?
That's 1.1 million, Mr. President.
Standby reserve is 1.1
million.
1.1 million.
Yes.
Ang age bracket nito, 35 to 65?
36 to 65.
All right.
Then we have affiliated reserve, which is 15,000.
What do you mean by affiliated reserve?
These are members of companies that who joined the reserve force.
Ilan po yan?
15,000, Mr. President.
Pero walang age bracket yan.
Walang age bracket ito.
Walang age bracket yan.
Parang mga technical service ito. May
Yes.
mga pare, doktor,
Mga professionals.
professionals ito. Piloto. So mga professional ito, Mr. President.
All right. So, dun sa age bracket na 35 to 65, halos lahat ba yan? Yung mga reservists na tinutukoy ni Senator, yung Majority Floor Leader, yung mga retired military officers who are members also of the, nakalagay ito, which is classified under the reservists under Republic Act 7077, are the majority of the, are still alive? Okay pa ba yung mga yun?
Yes, because they're accounted every year. So, kung nandito nakasabi 1.1 million,
Is that your latest?
lahat.
Is that your latest data, Senator Del Rosa?
From DND, Mr. President.
Yeah, is that the latest data from the Department?
Latest, Mr. President, latest.
When is the latest? Last year or this year?
Kailan to? Last year, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you for the clarification, Senator Del Rosa. Senator Zubiri, you still have some amendments?
Thank you, sir. If there's no amendments,
Yeah, Mr. President, if I may,
yes, please.
before the amendment of the Senator Subiri, still on page 5. Still on page 3. On page 3, also on line 20, delete the word medical and replace it with the word held. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can now entertain the
Thank you, Mr.
amendments
President.
of Senator Suberi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with your permission, and my dear colleague, Senator Bato, page 4 po tayo. Sa page 4, section 5. Your Honor, line 6.
Line 6?
Line 6.
6 or 28?
Section
1 second po. One
Line
second.
28.
Page 4. Ano to? Ito.
Sir, bali, page 5 yan.
Sorry, page 5 po. Page 5. My apologies. Page 5, line 6.
All right.
On page 5, line 6, after the word manufacture.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
if I may.
Yes, yes.
Y- y- 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Are you on the same frequency?
Ito kasi yung ano po.
I hope.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 5, line 6, after the word manufacturer, insert a comma and the phrase new licenses to import. I so move, Mr. President.
And new licenses to
Yes,
import.
and new licenses to import.
Are you going to delete the phrase to deal including?
Hindi, ano po, dagdag lang to, manufacturer. We insert the comma on line 6, so it will read as follows. New licenses to manufacture, comma, new licenses to import, comma, and new license to deal.
All right. To deal.
So nagdagdag pula tayo ng isang line.
Is there an objection? What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. President.
Any objection?
Thank you,
There
Mr.
being none, the amendment is approved.
Mr. President, the same page, section, line 9 after the word manufacture is also the same. Insert a comma and the phrase license to import, comma. So move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
On the same page as well, section 5, line 10, after the word manufacture, Mr. President,
Same.
insert a comma is the same. License to import, comma. So move, Mr. President.
Accepted?
I accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On the same page and section after line 28, Mr. President, we'll insert the new paragraph. And this paragraph
Same
is...
page?
Yes, sir. And this paragraph is actually in compliance of our ease of doing business, Mr. President, na law, which I had the honor of sponsoring once upon a time in my my comebacking term in 2016. And it will read as follows, Mr. President. Issuance of permits, licenses, and certifications shall strictly adhere to the period provided for under Republic Act 11032 or the Ease of Doing Business and Efficiency Government Service Delivery Act of 2018. Period. In addition to this, comma, the approving authority shall issue a temporary license to operate in favor of the applicant upon approval of the specifications and plans of the manufacturing facility, comma, shooting range or dealership to be constructed, period. The approving authority is prohibited from ordering to change, comma, renovate or modify a newly built manufacturing facility / shooting range / dealership or a portion thereof if the construction of the same had strictly followed the building and construction plans submitted to and approved, period. Such changes shall be made prior to the issuance of the building permit and the actual construction of the facility. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Still on the same page, section, line 32, after the word guidelines and the punctuation period, insert the following proviso. Provided that such approving authority shall strictly observe the classification of weapons and their corresponding requirements and restrictions as provided in this act, period. Provided further, that in no case shall the approving authority prohibit or limit the manufacture, importation, or dealing in firearms that are authorized or registrable under this act. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Ano na po, page 10, if there are any other amendments prior to page 10.
No other amendments on page 6 to 9? Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. On page 10, section 9, line 8, after the word sale, insert a comma and the word transfer, Mr. President. So,
What does
bale,
this
sale
sponsor
or
say?
transfer.
I accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On the same page in section, line 16, after the word elections, a new proviso shall read as follows. Provided further that firearms of active military and police, including their personal firearms, are exempt from Comelec authority to transport. I so move, Mr. President. And the reason being is, we're disarming, oh yes, Mr. President, so we just don't want to disarm our active personnel.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my last, I believe this is my last, no, just the last page of the amendments. Still on page 10, section 9, line 29, delete the word countrywide, Mr. President. I so move.
I accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, amendments approved.
On page 10, section 9, line 31, after the word declared, insert the phrase during a state of emergency or state of calamity and approved by the President. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, amendments approved.
And then my last amendment, Mr. President, on page 11, line 1, insert the new section 10 to read as follows. Section 10, transfer of firearms. A licensed firearm holder, prior to the effectivity of this act, who is no longer interested to continue possessing his/her licensed firearm, may transfer the same to a license holder or licensed juridical entity subject to the provisions of this act. In case of death or legal incapacity of an LTAP holder, the ownership of any registered firearms may be transferred to the holder's designated next of kin indicated in the license within 6 months from the date of death, provided that the next of kin shall secure an LTAP and transfer the registration of such firearm in his or her name in accordance with the provisions of this act. And the reason for that, Mr. President, is there are parents who have firearms, they die, unfortunately, I just had a friend who lost his life, a classmate of mine over the weekend, meron siyang 10 baril. Under the law, apparently, you have to surrender those to the PNP. It goes to the PNP. But sana naman the next of kin, the children, the son or the daughter, would, if they want the firearms, they can apply for an LTAP and this can be transferred to them. Mr. President, yun ang mahalaga dito.
As long as they are qualified.
As sila sa LTAP process.
They are qualified.
Yes, under the provisions of this act.
Yeah, because we consider this as personal property, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Ang mahal ng bili mo niyan, pagkatapos, hindi mo malang maipasa doon sa mga anak mo na, may anak ako na pulis. Dapat ipasa ko sa anak ko na pulis yung baril ko pag ako'y papanaw na sa mundo nito.
Yes, sir. Because the previous law, Mr. President, did not have that, did not see that complication. So if the good sponsor will accept the...
May I interject, Mr. President?
Before we act on the motion, yes, Senator Pia.
So I was waiting for this. I didn't know that His Honor had an amendment. And then as he read it, I didn't catch it, but then you explained it. So let me just repeat if I understand it correctly. The proposal now is to include a provision wherein if a registered firearms owner passes away, his heirs may go through the proper process of getting their own accreditation or registration. And if they get it, they may then continue to possess. And there was a timeline. Was it 6 months?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. The firearm may be transferred to the holder's designated next of kin indicated in the license within 6 months from the date of death.
Okay, so I do have a question before I won't have to make any amendment to the amendment. The original license holder, I assume, either has a license because he is his line of work requires that he carries the firearms, or like some of our colleagues here, like His Honor is an enthusiast, likes to use it as for a sport or for whatever other legitimate purpose. So the passion is there. I noted in the bill that there's also a provision that allows, I think that was also an amendment, that the firearm owners, registered owners, to also carry a certain amount of ammunition, right? I saw that. So my concern is this. If the firearms on their own have value, and what heir in their right mind wouldn't want to inherit something with value? Pwede naman ibenta or maybe sentimental value. Pero wala silang passion doon. Di ba yan ang mga possibilities na magkaroon ng a disaster waiting to happen kasi nandyan lang yung mga baril, tapos may ammunition pa dyan kasi wala siyang passion katulad nung original owner. So how do you address that?
Well,
I'm just curious.
As a matter of policy, the firearms should be confiscated by the PNP. It has to be returned to the custody of the Philippine National Police. Kung walang interesado mag-inherit sa property na yan.
Hindi, ang concern ko, Mr. President, they may go through the process of applying, and kung wala naman silang record nga na criminal record, what proof do they have to show na aalagaan nila yung baril na yan, na hindi yan magamit ng mga ibang tao sa bahay nila, hindi nakabalandra dyan yung mga ammunition na baka magkaroon ng accident waiting to happen.
Mayroon man tayong requirement, Mr. President, na all firearms must be placed in a bolt.
Saka, Mr. President,
safety bolt doon sa
So itong new owner,
address,
okay, so that new owner,
under the law.
let's say, hindi naman pinamana sa kanya yung bahay, pinamana lang yung firearm. So dun sa bagong bahay niya,
That will form part in the
registration process.
inspection to be made by the PNP.
Na nandyan yung
Pagtahan ka ng PNP, hala, saan itong baril na gusto mong i-inherit from your dead father?
Okay.
So, ito sir, saan yung yung bolt? Wala akong bolt sir kasi ang bolt nandun sa bahay ng tatay ko.
Oo nga.
Ayun, not qualified to inherit.
Okay.
That's
Also,
a
Mr.
requirement.
President, that's a requirement, Mr.
Plus
President.
gun safety seminar.
Gun safety seminar.
Gun safety
I was about to
seminar.
add to Senator Bato. We cannot own a firearm, Ma'am Madam Pia, if we don't train. We have to go through basic firearm seminar. And
Okay.
also to pay for the LTOP. Kasi may type 1, type 2. Ako type 5 collector, type 5 din si Senator Patos, type 5 din si Senator Robin. Mahal yan. You have to pay for every firearm, and the license alone is expensive. Then every firearm has its own firearms permit, yung ownership of the firearm card. That alone, if you're a civilian, costs about 1,000 plus yata per firearm.
Ang mura
Kasi
naman nun, pwede bang taasan nyo?
1,500 yata. Pero kasi if you have 10
2,000.
firearms, that's 15,000 eh.
A
Magkano?
year?
2,200.
2,200.
A
Yes,
year?
per year. So, mahal po siya. So, as you're saying, if the guy has no passion or the girl has no passion, it's a hassle for them.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's a
So, okay, so then my next question is, if they decide na aminin niya, alam mo, wala talagang passion, di ba, magsiseminar pa ako, magawa pa ako ng vote, okay, wala akong passion. How do they dispose
They
of
have
that?
to
What is the
surrender
proper...
to the PN people,
Okay.
all the firearms.
But so the value of that inheritance is lost to them?
Parang ganun.
Baka you can address that. Kasi it is not, in raising this issue, my first concern is safety.
Yeah.
But secondly, I don't want now the heir to feel obligated to accept that an inheritance just because, sayang ba't ko isusurrender to, sayang naman.
Yes.
So di ba natin maisipan ng paraan ngayon yan na payagan na ibenta yan under the licensed firearm owners?
Under the existing law, that we are not touching this particular provision. Section 26, death or disability of licensee. Upon the death of legal disability of the holder of a firearm license, it shall be the duty of his or her next of kin, nearest relative, legal representative, or other person who shall knowingly come into possession of such firearm or ammunition to deliver the same to the FEO of the PNP or Police Regional Office, and such firearms or ammunition shall be retained by the police custodian pending the issuance of a license and its registration in accordance with this act. The failure to deliver the firearm or ammunition within 6 months after the death or legal disability of the licensee shall render the possession liable for illegal possession of firearm. So kung wala siyang passion, wala siyang interest na i-inherit yung baril, surrender niya sa PNP.
Kaya po mayroon tayong Section 10 na bago for those who want to apply for it.
For the heirs who
For
want
the
to apply.
heirs, yes.
So, question, forget first about the owner dying. If a capable, healthy owner without any other reason other than, you know what, I'm a gun collector and I changed my mind, I don't want these guns anymore, you're allowed to sell it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you're alive, Madam
Yeah.
President.
That's my point. Why can't you allow his heirs to sell it? I don't see the difference. Because ang worry ko pa nga is they'll keep it because sentimental value to, ayaw, tapos nawala na nga yung tatay ko, tapos pag hindi ako nag-apply, yung value nito, wala na rin sa amin kasi required by law to surrender. Why don't you give them a reasonable amount of time to sell it to other legitimate owners when he was alive, he could sell it?
Kasi, Mr. President, I think like real property, the DOAS, the deed of absolute sale, has to be a living person, di ba? I don't think pag namatay ng heirs,
No, it becomes the property of the estate.
yes.
So the estate can sell.
That's true.
So you can deposit. Anyway, I am not a gun expert. I am just thinking that it is detrimental to safety if it's kept in the position of someone who's not really passionate. But human nature, kunyari may sing-sing yung mga nanay ko, tapos sabi na, you can keep that PIA if you will keep it well or you will wear it all the time. If you're not going to wear it, you have to surrender it. Ayoko naman magsuot araw-araw, pero ano, surrender ko to, sa nanay ko to. Di I'm keeping it. Tapos, delikado. Why don't you think of a solution to that? I give them, the estate should always be allowed to sell.
Kasi I think, Mr. President, the proper procedures, the LTAP holder will sell to another LTAP holder. The problem is that if the LTAP holder dies, that's why we are coming up with solutions now.
Yeah,
And
but
I think the children.
that is my recommendation. If you want to take a minute, I don't think you're going to lose anything that you talk about, but from a legal perspective, the estate, and the estate is now the owner of all those properties. When
Maybe, Mr. President, we could sit down on it now, suspend for 10 minutes and discuss
I think
how we
but-
can add.
But it's beneficial to the gun owner knowing that their family can even
Correct.
Have the-
You're helping us solve our problem. Your Honor, you're helping us solve our problem.
say something like the estate.
I'm
shall-
glad you see that problem.
They can legally, within 6 months, they can legally transact the firearm to a licensed
So,
LTAP
okay,
holder.
Before I give my recommendation, assuming the current situation is you have to surrender it, no, if the legal heirs will not choose to apply for the proper licenses, what now happens to that? It's just in the arsenal, or the officers are allowed to play with it, or what happens?
Usually, may malaking safe sila. Alam ni Chief PNP yan eh.
Meron silang, meron kaming term yan CCAAP, all confiscated, surrendered, recovered firearms, nakadeposit yan doon sa PNP storage, and there will come a time na magiging government property na yan. And for disposal of the PNP, pwede niyang i-issue sa gawing organic firearm ng PNP, issue niya sa kanyang mga units na
Pero
kulang ng armas.
collectible yun, it may not be that useful for the purpose of the PNP, di ba?
Yeah, depende sa...
Yeah, anyway, my recommendation is you allow it to be
Sold by the estate.
I don't suggest that we interfere with that process, that it must immediately be surrendered within 6 months if the legal heirs do not start processing their papers, right?
Yeah.
But also within that 6 months, they can still say, habang, kasi minsan may away-away din sa pamilya na hindi pa na-freeze yung assets, di ba?
Yes.
They can also say that, hold it for us, because sabi nyo nga, nandun lang naman yon, di ba? So you have 2 years, 3 years, 5 years to dispose of it within the proper intestate, by following the intestate proceedings without interfering with the normal process of transfer of property from a deceased to their heirs. Pwede naman yun.
Pwede.
I can ask my team to just come up with some language.
Yes.
Following the usual
How about this?
process. Or baka may
How
language
about this,
kayo.
in case of death or legal incapacity of an LTAP holder, the next of kin has the option to sell and transfer the same to a licensee holder or licensed juridical entity, or transfer to the holder's designated next of kin indicated in the license within 6 months from the date of death.
Yes, except the last one, provided that next of kin has the proper licensee.
Provided that the next of kin shall secure an LTAP and transfer the registration
Maybe, Mr.
of such
President,
firearm in his or her name in accordance with the provisions.
maybe, Mr. President, let's separate the two into another paragraph. Yung point ni Senator Pia, maybe, Mr. President, we can add another paragraph that says that also in case of death, legal capacity of the estate may say the
I agree.
next of kin be able to sell. So if we have like a minute suspension, to
minute.
be able to come
You
up with
still uh,
a
have
word.
a pending motion, pending amendment? Are we going to take?
We're going to amend that amendment, Mr.
All right.
President, so we can improve it further
All
with
right.
one more paragraph.
Session
If we may have-
suspended.
Thank you, Mr.
Ready to resume, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I may,
Listening.
I believe the lines that I read are already accepted by the good gentleman from Davao. We're just adding a separate paragraph to reflect the discussions made by Senator Pia Cayetano on the estate, yung mana, no, na itong mga baril na ito. We're coming up with a provision subject to style that will allow the heirs of this firearms holder the mana, inheritance of this firearm.
So will we defer your?
So that they may sell it later on.
And we move,
Until they come up with a proper wordings?
Maybe, Mr. President, we'll hold on to the motion, Mr. President, and allow Senator Bato de la Rosa's three other amendments.
All right, we will proceed
We can
first
proceed
with
with
the three other amendments of Senator De La Rosa. Please proceed, Senator De La Rosa.
yes, Mr. President, can we recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros for her last amendment?
All right. Senator Ontiveros recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President, at good sponsor. So for my last amendment, good sponsor, on page 11, lines 23 and 25, delete 3, in parenthesis, the numeral 3, and replace with 1, in parenthesis, the numeral 1. Patungkol po ito, Mr. President, sa firearms amnesty. At sa tingin ko po, sapat na panahon naman na ang 1 taon para mag-comply ang mga may tunay na intensyon na sumunod sa batas na ito. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the amendment is hereby approved.
Salamat po, Mr. President, at good sponsor.
Sangayon din po ako dyan, Madam Risa. Thank you. Okay.
Okay,
Mr.
please
President,
proceed.
Meron ka last, you have the last,
yes, the transitory provision, Your Honor, on page 11 to 12, delete the entire section 12, Mr. President. This is the transitory provision. It no longer is necessary, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
I accept, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Ito na lang.
What
last
are your amendments? Do you still have 3 additional amendments?
No more.
No more?
Only the remaining one that is being,
Revised.
what's ito? Mr. President, there's one. Sorry. Mr. President, on page 11, line 24, delete the words of the implementing rules and regulations. I so move, Mr. President.
Delete the words.
Delete the words of the implementing rules and regulations.
Any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Are you ready with the last amendment?
Maybe we can ask for just one
1
more
minute,
minute
Mr.
suspension, Mr. President.
1 minute.
Ito na yung perfecting amendment, Mr. President. After this, okay na po tayo.
Session suspended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2895. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2781 under Committee Report number 297. This is the bill on the E-Governance Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, and to interpellate the good minority leader, Senator Pimentel. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
The principal sponsor, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, just to put a little bit on emphasis how simple yet how important this proposed law or this bill is. Simple formula, no? And in fact, this is a biblical formula that when the Bible talks about something, they talk about God's purpose, talks about vision, then ano yung plano. So by a simple look at the declaration of policy, we will see the purpose of this bill, and give me 2 or 3 minutes just to emphasize this for the record. Sabi po dito, the state recognizes the vital role of information and communication in nation building and the necessity of leveraging the power of information and communication technology to drive national development and progress. The state hereby adopts a policy to establish, foster, and sustain a digitally empowered and integrated government achieved through the implementation of a regulated, secure, and robust information and communication system aimed at facilitating responsive and transparent online-centered services, thereby optimizing the potential of open data for promoting economic growth with balancing the rights to freedom of information and data privacy of every Filipino. I'm remembered of a story in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, about the Tower of Babel. Kung naalala po natin, sinabi po doon na gusto ng mga tao noon at ng kanilang leader na diktador na sana they will make a tower that reaches heaven. And ang naging problema doon ay hindi yung vision na magtulungan, magkaroon ng pagkakaisa at gawin yung tower. Kung hindi, they wanted it for their own glory and not for God's glory. My point is, what was the weapon used to rebuke yung gusto nilang for their own glory? In that story, bawat tribo or bawat family member were given a different language. Nung hindi na sila magkaintindihan, hindi nila natuloy yung kanilang gagawin. So my point is, number one, if we do want to build something for God, for our people, communication is key. Number two, hindi masama na may ganito kang vision. Ang masama if it's for your own glory. So in modern times, it is the information and technology systems integrated, yung synergy, of course, accountability, all of these keywords. So in the declaration of policy, it is very clear why we want to do it, the purpose we will do it. Let me emphasize, Mr. President, it is not per se a solution to all of our problems or to many of our problems, meaning poverty, corruption, lack of transparency, inefficiency, red tape. For example, sa education, di ba, yung when we're lagging behind our neighbors, or for example sa internet, di ba? Sa quality of internet. But it is actually a tool that if we use it effectively and we give the assignments effectively, yan man ay sa DICT or yan sa Chief Information Officers ng iba't ibang ahensya, this tool can be leveraged to address many of our challenges today. So let me just mention these keywords, and we will be mentioning it depending on the questions of the minority leader or those who have proposed amendments. Yung purpose, the word development and leveraging IT, the word quality, the concept of synergy and compatibility or interoperability, the concept of institutionalizing something, the concept of assigning responsibility versus vis-a-vis monitoring and accountability, no? So basically po, dito po iikot ito. Some, if not most, of what we will talk about here today ay ginawa na or ginagawa na ng DICT. As we know, meron na po tayong app. What do we call the app? eGov app. And dun po sa mga nanonood sa internet sa atin ngayon or sa Facebook or sa YouTube ng ating mahal na institusyon na Senado, subukan nyo yung, yung eGov app. Meron na tayong national ID, nakatali din ito dito. Mga problema ng OFW pag umaalis, let's say sa immigration. So we had several hearings regarding this bill and na-improve yung eGov app, lalo na po kung ipapasa natin to. So I see the minority leader walking in. Just before I yield to him, can I please recognize the policy team of the DICT who's here with us this afternoon? Director Gemma Baisic, OIC Director for National ICT Planning Policy and Standards Bureau, and OIC Division Chief Policy Research and Analysis Division. We have Engineer Michael Stephen Gorospe, Planning Officer 3, NIPPSB and PRAD. Mr. Dave Andrew S. Martirez, Planning Officer 1 of the same bureaus. Ms. Jolina Cinco, Planning Officer 3 and the Legislative Liaison Department, and Mr. John Paul V. Valeros, Planning Officer 3, also of the Legislative Liaison Division. So with that, Mr. President, it will be my pleasure to answer questions from the very industrious, masipag minority leader.
Ako, ikaw na.
Just gonna open it up.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may be recognized to start our interpellation.
Pimentel, you're recognized.
In the State of the Nation address of the President, I've forgotten what year, I think the first one, he mentioned both e-governance and e-government. Okay, so the bill under consideration pursues which one of the two items mentioned in the SONA of the President?
Short answer, both.
Yeah. Short answer, Mr. President, both. But for clarification, e-governance refers to the use of ICT by the government to provide public service to the people in a more friendly, convenient, affordable, efficient, and transparent manner. Further, it is the application of ICT to deliver government services to integration of various standalone systems between government to citizens, G2C, government to business, G2B, and government to government, G2G services. It is often linked with back office processes and interaction with entire government framework. In the provisions of this bill, specified po dito na state universities, national government, LGUs, but without impeding in their autonomy. So e-government naman refers to the use of ICT by government to enhance the access to the delivery of government services to bring about efficient, responsive, ethical, accountable, and transparent government. So in a sense, Mr. President, parang interchangeable siya. So we're not espousing a e-government in the sense that wala nang analog or walang face-to-face, but we are espousing a transition into an alternative that when people don't want to go to the regional offices, to the main offices, or to several offices, they can actually use e-governance. In present day, di ba po, ang preference is application sa cellphone. But I think it was the owner and founder of Meta who said na ang tingin niya by 2030, it's more of the smart eyeglasses more than the cell phone na. So actually, that's where we will all need help making this bill flexible enough with technology kasi napakabilis ng technology.
So the end result that we want to happen with this measure is that there will be ICT will be extensively used by the government, so it will be, generally speaking, a more efficient government, and also ICT, so that the people, the citizens, and the constituents will find it also easy to deal with government and to avail of services or communicate with the government.
So, three concepts, Mr. President, to provide a framework so that interoperable, so that may synergy, hindi yung iba sa LGU, iba sa state university, iba yung sa immigration, iba yung sa Department of Migrant Workers. So, to provide a framework, so katulad nung app, we're not promoting na every single agency has its own app. They should all have their website, they should all have their data privacy, but kailangan isa lang yung app ng citizen, di ba? To make it easy for him. So that's one framework. Number two is a master plan that is renewed every 3 years. Every 3 years just because ang bilis ng technology. And number three, accountability, meaning monitoring and assigning kung sino. So basically, everything in this bill ginagawa na. But it tries to consolidate by having a framework, having a master plan, and specifying accountability. For example, Mr. President, this bill, Mr. Minority Leader, provides na dapat lahat ng agency may CIO na Chief Information Officer. Sa ngayon, marami, wala pa nito. So, we highly recommend or pushing for that because
all.
Yeah.
All. So when we say all, GOCCs, bureaus, mga ganyan, institutes, lahat ba?
Kasi,
more or less, how many?
Yes, Mr. President.
How many do we have in mind?
Kasi ang tingin natin, Mr. President, in the same manner na lahat ng GOCC, lahat ng LGU, at lahat ng ahensya ay may finance department dahil may pera, ICT will be so much a part of our daily lives that kung wala kang CIO, dehado ka. So we think the benefits will overshadow the cost. So di ba yung someone declared, sorry, I want to quote properly and ihabol ko na lang for the record, but someone declared na lahat ng pinanganak ng 2025 will already be called the beta generation. And this generation will in every part of their life, yung AI, yung automation, data analysis, etc. No? So, if wala kang CIO at ahensya ng gobyerno, let's say Senate, di ba? Kung wala kang CIO, tingin namin, you might be able to cope but you can't get ahead eh. Baka maiwan ka. So, feeling namin, well, I think it's a consensus, not feeling, but the consensus of DICT and some experts then sa DICT sa private sector na nowadays, in the same manner na necessity yung CEO, COO, yung CIO kailangan na rin talaga.
Yung CIO. So, Mr. President, did we make an estimation of the budgetary implication of this mandate to appoint and create through the creation of a plantilla position for a Chief Information Officer in all covered government agencies?
Mr. President, as of now, many agencies have already designated a CIO in their offices, pero walang standard, whether yan ay assistant director, director. So actually, the bill leaves it open muna. Walang plantilla dito. Meron. Okay. So let me ask the DBM, with your permission, by Monday, to give the estimation, because here, may standard na. I think it's also to promote those who are in ICT to go into government. So right now, they can designate, di ba? So kung yung LGU siya, may pera siya, they can create. Kung wala, and someone's magaling sa ICT sa kanilang department head, assistant department head, pwedeng sabihin siya na rin ang CIO. Di ba? But iba-iba nga, Mr. President. So tingin namin dapat in the same manner, let's say that a city engineer or a head of engineering sa State U ay meron na tong standard sa salary standardization.
Correct. Yun ang next-
Tingin natin meron. But
Yan po yung
I will
next
get
tanong
the
ko.
estimates.
Yan po yung next tanong ko, ano yung mga salary grade or level nitong CIO natin. And then, of course, our measure calls for one.
Yes.
It's not the creation of an office na
Yes.
may mga staff, but it's only for one.
Yes.
For
You're
one,
correct, Mr. President.
person, yes.
And upon consultation, hindi nakalagay dito sa bill yung kung ano yung salary grade, because we will be deferring to the DBM and the Civil Service Commission, because there are ongoing right sizing, and then nag-iiba kung anong in demand at hindi in demand na mga trabaho sa ating bansa. So we didn't want to be Goldilocks na too high or too low ang sweldo. And then, of course, for example, Mr. President, sa local government, hindi ka pwedeng may department head na mas mataas ang sweldo sa mayor. Di ba? But minsan, let's say your municipal health officer na doktor, minsan masyado talagang mababa yung sweldo, walang kumukuha. Di ba? So, the wisdom of the technical working group here was to just put that we do want a CIO, but to refer this to the DBM
Yes.
and the DICT to come out with their rules and regulations.
Yes, kasi we have encountered that problem with some lawyers, di ba? Sometimes yung items for lawyers, items for psychologists, yan. No takers.
Yeah.
Kasi sa mababa po ang offer ng gobyerno. And our sponsor said that one of the objectives of this measure is to attract those who are graduates of some ICT-related courses, or do we want to attract the experts? Experts of it?
Preferably Singapore style, 'di ba, na the best of the best in the agency, but Singapore kasi matches the private sector income. We haven't gotten to that. But Mr. President, one of the biggest issues of our generation is data privacy, and also the digital scams are on the rise. So if mas magaling ang good ICT practitioners in the private sector, and then meron ka rin billionaires in the scammers, mahuhuli ang gobyerno if we cannot get the equivalent wise and knowledgeable ICT practitioners or thinkers for government. No?
The sponsor, Mr. President, mentioned the eGov app. Meron tayo yan, dinownload ko rin yan eh.
Opo.
This is a DICT initiative?
Yes, sir.
Can the DICT monitor how many have already downloaded the app or actively using the app, Mr. President?
So, yes, Mr. President. So, as of the writing of my briefer, target for 2025 is 25 million users, 500 million use cases, 35 eGov platforms, 100 NGA integrated systems, and 1,200 LGU systems integrated. As of now, 9 million users, 105 million use cases, 25 e-government platforms integrated, 46 NGA systems integrated and 927 LGU systems integrated. I just like to add, Mr. President, that I witnessed the evolution at yung pagpapaganda ng app kasi every time mag-hearing, not only yung kung ano bago, but sometimes nga dito sa Senate nagharap yung, so for example, the Department of Migrant Workers wanted their own app. Pero in-explain naman ng DICT na kung OFW ka, nasa airport ka na, nasa immigration ka na, kung may sariling app yung immigration, may sariling app yung migrant workers, may sariling app yung SSS, etc., mas mahihirapan pa yung OFW. Tapos ang mangyayari, magkakalituhan pa. So you can have your own website, you can have collaterals, but dapat isa lang yung app for the whole government. But yun nga, it's not that easy to get everyone on board right away. No?
Will this measure
This will-
make that difference because it will
Yes.
somehow
Be-
make
because-
it mandatory or give power to the department to order agencies to gamitin ko na lang ang word, hindi ko alam, interconnect with the app.
So what will happen, Mr. President, may framework na kailangan sumunod lahat. Of course, without impeding their autonomy. No? Secondly, may master plan. So may susundan din yung LGU, yung state university. Hindi kanya-kanyang master plan. But they'll be part of making that master plan. And third, may resources for those who want to buy equipment or the software, etc. na hindi sure. Kasi just like tayo na ordinaryong consumer, kung online ka bibili, minsan may mas mura tapos di naman pala tunay o scam, etc. So at least meron tayong departamento at meron kasi tayong magiging ano yung office? PMO? What do you call it? Meron po tayong project management office na i-create. The e-government United Project Management Office. So it's not only a parang esoteric na pagka OFW ka, bahala na Department of Migrant Worker because that also doesn't work. Kasi for example, yung passports wala naman sa DMW, nasa DFA, di ba? So eto dahil meron e-governance Unified Project Management Office, klaro kung ano yung sa kanila at ano yung responsibility nung department or agency. Di ba? So they will not take over, Mr. President, yung duties ng, so for example, if we talk about UP, PUP, Philippine Normal, these universities, their Board of Regents will have a say and they will have knowledge of the framework of the master plan, but there will also be requirements of them pag lumabas na yung mga master plan, di ba?
The master plan is a agency by agency master plan or
So this is a DICT. Parang ito yung master plan. 'Di ba? It's the blueprint.
parang it's ano yung PDP? Ano yun yung Philippine Development Plan?
Yes.
I mean,
On the ICT side, Mr.
on the
President.
ICT side.
So like based on the Philippine Development Plan, kung sabihin doon for example agricultural and then agricultural yung city mo, susundin mo lang yung framework noon. Pero kung city ka na hindi agriculture pero doon tourism, susundin mo doon. So mas comprehensive but mas generic yung master plan ng DICT, but each government agency is expected to make on their own needs, no?
Under the law creating the DICT, isn't the department already empowered to do all of this? Naka-e-gov app nga siya, nakalabas siya ng ganun. So,
Yes.
what would be new aside from
Mainly,
the
Mr.
appointment of the CIO?
Mr. President, mainly institutionalizing it. So, in reality, meron ng 2022 master plan. But because it's not institutionalized, it's more persuasive and voluntary because walang bata. So, for example now, no, if the ICT decided na 2028 na silang gumawa ng master plan, it's only Congress or the President who'll say, bakit hindi every 3 years? But eto sa framework na ginawa natin, we feel that 3 years is the best number of days. It may be arbitrary, but it's a bestimate in the sense that ang bilis talaga ng technology. So hindi man pwedeng every year yung master plan mo dahil hindi makakahabol. But if it's every 5 years, ang bilis nga lumabas ng mga bagong technology, no? So aside from certain details, Mr. President, like the CIO, the project management office, in the original bills that were filed by the different senators and congressmen, there were other permutations, pero yung, for example, Mr. President, yung, if you remember, kinonsulta kita dito, in general lang, the original proposal was creating a GOCC that will own the ICT assets of the whole government. But we felt that while it will solve some problems, it might also create other problems. Diba? So the intention there was mawala yung gulo nung katulad nung DepEd nung na-delay, tapos hindi tayo happy sa binili nila and then na-late. Ganon din sa COMELEC, di ba? Yung machines na binili nila, there's been complaints over the years, tapos nung binan nila yung isa ngayon, nagka-issue. But ang tingin po natin is that hindi instant solution ang may isang GOCC managing all the assets, and we don't even know if they can do it, no? So definitely, Mr. President, it's not a perfect bill. There will be amendments over time once we pass this. But there are certain elements in this bill that will really institutionalize. No? Although persuasive siya, it will still institutionalize. So having a master plan, for example, Mr. President, a blueprint, meron ng basis ngayon ang DICT pag sinabi sa CT1 or SUC2 or Bureau of ganito na bakit hindi ka sumusunod sa trend or sa gusto ng gobyerno na vision para sa ICT, no? So for example, Mr. President, no, kung lahat na ng agencies may online payment pero ikaw wala. 'Di ba? Hindi to executive order or issuance lang na promoting everyone to go electronic payment, 'di ba? May actual master plan to, may actual framework. And may actual integration. I think the integration is the key here, Mr. President, kasi most agencies are doing naman ICT work on their own. But are they integrating?
Yes, Mr. President. Actually, I'm looking at RA 10844. This is the act creating the Department of the Information and Communications Technology. May Section 5, may Section 6I, sa paragraph I, sa paragraph C. So, nakabanggit po rito, the department shall exercise the following powers and functions, provide an integrated framework in order to optimize all government ICT resources and networks for the identification and prioritization of all e-government systems and applications as provided for in the e-government master plan and the Philippine Development Plan. So, meron ng e-government plan, and I believe it's the DICT, which is assigned primarily to come up with the e-government master plan.
Yeah.
And this is under existing law.
You're absolutely correct, Mr. President. But under existing law, the DICT did that, but they cannot really dictate or require government departments to integrate. So katulad nung kwento ko sa inyo, Mr. President, or na-narrate ko sa inyo sa immigration and sa migrant workers, that was more persuasive during the committee hearing and through the back channel and talks of the agencies. So actually, this bill is a product of the experience of the DICT in the last few years. No? So parang ito is to use pangdiin ito. No, this is to emphasize and to articulate what they need.
Yes, and to provide more details to that particular law.
Yes.
Imbis na IRR, ito, law, binding.
Yeah.
Binding and
You said it better.
mandatory.
You said it better, Mr. President, Mr. Minority Leader.
Sige po.
Ang restriction lang kasi nila, hindi naman pwedeng totally diktahan kasi yung marami dito may autonomy din.
Tama. That's correct. That's why, Mr. President, ito, which is why I noticed this sentence, page 3, section 4, coverage. The last sentence of section 4. Nothing in this act shall be construed to derogate the fiscal and administrative autonomy and independence of government entities. Kung sinusulat kasi natin yung mga ganyang sentence into the law, ibig sabihin nun, are there entries in the bill which can give us the idea that we are weakening or derogating or encroaching upon the fiscal and administrative autonomy and independence of government entities? Ba't kailangan i-highlight po yun? Meron po bang entries dito sa bill natin?
During the hearings, Mr. President, the different groups, maging LGU, maging yung groups ng SUC, parang emphasize their autonomy. So they want to follow, but for example, the BSP, di ba? They want to make sure that they're integrated ganyan, but we don't impede upon their autonomy naman, di ba? So for example, I think it's fair to say, let's say that kailangan magtanggap kayo ng e-payment. But we cannot dictate to an LGU na wag kayong mag-discount sa real property tax, wag niyong tanggapin pag ganito, wag kayong 12 hours lang, 8 hours lang. So there are certain...
Is there danger that that can happen?
Pag medyo may pagka-diktador yung nagsusulat ng... Because nga, the problem is both sides eh. The extreme eh. Too lenient, everyone makes their own rules and wants their own app, their own... too strict naman, then may circumstance talaga, iba talaga ang COA, iba talaga ang BSP, iba talaga ang LGU. No?
Sige, para makita natin how this bill can help in real life situations, actual problems encountered by our people. Yung BICAM namin sa Motorcycle Crime Prevention Act, we were talking about the registration of the motorcycles. Okay. It cannot be done remotely or online, yun ang sabi. So, will this bill help address that problem or make it more efficient, make the LTO more efficient?
Yes and no. No in the sense that you still have to bring your motorcycle for them to physically see, get the chassis number, tapos halimbawa doon sa anti-air pollution, kailangan i-test. But yes, in the sense that if your e-government, yung app, e-gov.ph, if your app, kung nandyan na yung lisensya mo, nandun na yung national ID mo, etc., hindi ka pwedeng parahin ng pulis or kaya kung, let's say, yung motor mo, isasakay mo sa wherever, going from Metro Manila to Cebu, or isasakay mo going... In one application, you're supposed to be able to have it all, di ba? So like katulad po ngayon, ang hassle sa marami nating kababayan, yung pag hinahanapan ka ng 2 IDs. Theoretically, kaya nga natin ginawa yung yung national ID, di ba? But can you imagine, Mr. President, if the day comes that and secured yung app and secured yung information, that yung birth certificate mo, marriage certificate mo, lisensya mo, kanina baril ang pinag-uusapan natin, but let's say may lisensya ka rin for whatever, hunting, driving, is all in one app. And assuming, for example, that all our police cars, for example, are now, like what we see in television in some states in the US, may maliit na computer yung police doon. So pag pinara ka, tinignan yung plate number mo, nandun na lahat, Senator Coco Pimentel, kita na nila that yung lisensya mo, restriction mo is 1 and 2, meaning you can drive cars, you can drive motorcycles, di ba? So,
so this bill will help the development of
all of
such
that.
an app.
Yes.
Okay, which needs coordination, cooperation, and participation of different government agencies.
And integration.
And they will make available their existing databases.
Yes.
Yun yata ang problema yata rin.
Yes.
That agencies are resisting to make their databases available to other agencies.
2 quick points on that. One, sometimes it's valid because nga maraming hacking at saka maraming sensitive yung information na bawal i-share. And two, because hindi nga lahat may ICT professionals doon. So, di ba, like for example, tayo as senators, we don't know everything in all committees. That's why we try to hire the best staff. And despite gaano kagaling ang staff natin, may consultants, may experts tayo di ba? So, yun din ang problema sa ICT. So, kung sabihin na, Mayor, i-integrate mo dito, paano to? So, your decision is based also on the advice you get. That's why we'd like to have a CIO who really knows what's happening, the latest and everything, and putting it there, di ba?
But how can this bill help, Mr. President? So, pati ba ang may nabanggit kayo about acquisition of so there is a fund or a grant or a loan mechanism in the bill, Mr. President, na if an agency needs to upgrade their computer or ICT equipment, they can run to the DICT for assistance?
So, Mr. President, let me just take it a step backward. So, my vision, my framework, my master plan. But the bill goes further than that. Kasi you're correct na yung sinabi mong kanina na master plan, nandun na sa law ng DICT yan. So, Chapter 2 talks about implementing agencies na. Pero dito na hinahati, this is on page 6, dyan na hinahati na sinasabing sa autonomy nyo, may mga kayo mag-i-implement, pero may Chief Information Officer na kayo. Having said that, DICT is overall in charge and then meron ngang e-governance unified project management office. So meaning yung bawat implementing agency, bawat CIO, meron din silang tatakbuhan na office dun sa DICT, hindi ka rin ipagpapasapasahan. And then yung agency na yon, part of what they will implement is the e-government programs, the Section 9, which will include the Philippine Government Interoperability Framework. No? Dito yung may konting pagiging stricto kasi you can have the best software, for example, for your agency. Hindi naman interoperable, di ba? So let's say sabihin ng LTO, eto pinakamaganda for us. Yes. Pero hindi naman ma-access ng NBI at PNP or ng traffic kung nakaw yan or kung karnap yan because yung binili mong system hindi interoperable, di ba? Ganun din sa records and knowledge management system. There are two keys there. One key is security, but you can have the best security, hindi mo naman ma-share yung data or baliktad. You can have the best interoperable system, pero mahina naman yung security mo, no? So this where the integrated government networks come, Mr. President, hindi to kaya ng LGUs lang kahit among themselves. Hindi rin to kaya ng state use lang among themselves o bureau. Kailangan mo talaga ng DICT ang namamahala ng integrated government network, no? So having said that, Mr. President, yung tinatanong mong special fund, an e-government interoperability fund or the EIF will be generated as a special account.
Section ano?
It is to be managed by the DICT for the implementations of eGMP. It will be primarily sourced from donation, fees, and spectrum users fees. This is found in Section 29, page...
Finances.
Page 20.
Sorry, page 29, Section 32. Sorry, Mr. President. Section 32, page 23.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President, this is for the implementation of the eGMP,
Yes.
e-government programs and government websites, including ILGU system, among others. Can this fund be resorted to for financial assistance in the acquisition of hardware?
No, Mr. President. Ang
No.
gagastos pa rin yung agency pa rin.
Okay, tama.
So this is more to make sure lang na the latest technology, seminars, the policies are there.
Okay, so the ICT hardware requirements of the agency will be found in the agency's own budget.
Yes, Mr. President, but there's nothing to stop the ICT
Yes.
from coming up with a project. For example, if they say smart city, pero etong mga mas mahihirap na municipality isama, pero ilo-loan namin para sa inyo, pero yung mayayaman na city kayo, there's nothing to stop them from doing that. Not necessarily.
Using that fund.
Not well.
And is it the secretary's sole discretion, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President. Congress pa rin po. No, what I meant, Mr. President, we can create a project sa GAA or the agency can propose or under the law, they can borrow for this purpose. Ang point ko lang, Mr. President, the main purpose nito is to make sure yung framework at master plan and implementation is interoperable. Sinasagot ko lang po yung tanong nyo na, will this pay for their equipment? Generally, no.
Yes. Okay.
But the DICT can come up with a program, let's say for the 1,000 poorest barangays. And kasi like right now, no, meron silang free Wi-Fi.
But that would be found in the budget of the DICT.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct,
Okay.
Mr. President.
So yung fund talagang but meron kasing may among others. That's why I just wanted some clarification on what the possible among others could be charged to the fund, Mr. President.
Just to be precise, Mr. President, DICT, NTC, and NPC. So in Section 33, the amount necessary for the initial implementation of this act in the national government shall be charged against the current year appropriation of DICT, NTC, NPC. So you're correct. As far as Section 32, it's only for that purpose. For other projects, let's say for security, it can be between NPC and DICT sa regular budget na, hindi under Section 32.
Actually, Mr. President, kung mapapansin niyo yung tanong ko was I limited it to hardware. Kasi pagdating ba sa software, will this measure now empower the DICT to now also suggest and or determine the software to be recommended to be used by the different government agencies so that that ideal of interoperability will be achieved, Mr. President?
Thank you for that question, Mr. President, kasi yan talaga ang bullseye ng problema. Diba? As we've seen, whether the Blue Ribbon Committee or in our budget hearings or COA. So what we're empowering the ICT to do is to come up with the standards. So they can impose the standards. So if an LGU or state university or a bureau buys software or hardware that is not in the standards that came out in the guidelines or the framework or the master plan, we can, the citizen or senators, congressmen, the councilors, the legislative, has a venue to question that. Diba? So hindi ka pwedeng bumili ng substandard because ngayon sinasabi na natin na hindi lang to generic powers ng DICT, meron na tayong law kung ano yung framework. So, kung bibili ka, sabihin mo, mas maganda kasi security na tong software na to. Pero hindi naman interoperable.
Correct.
Oh, so, you can go now and ask to stop the purchase of that software because it is not within the standards.
Correct. Thank you. Para yung mga aksaya ay ma-minimize po natin, Mr. President. Ngayon, Mr. President, because of this bill or other existing law, may kapangyarihan na ba ang DICT to suggest to a government agency that they are requiring the filling up of an online form or through an app or to the website, which is unnecessary or inconvenient or not recommendable, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, on level 1, the master plan will tell you na dapat yan pwedeng online. And then sa standards, maglalabas. Pero DICT will have to work with the agency and with the anti-red tape
authority. Okay.
Authority on the actual ano yung pwede at hindi. Kasi if you ask the agency and they want 33 signatures, they'll always argue they need. And DICT does not have all the time to argue with them. So dun po papasok yung ARTA. Tama?
Kaya ko na-raise po itong, itong topic nito, yung last question ko. Kasi maraming feedback naman sa akin na yung e-travel app daw na supposed to be required for all citizens. Is that only for citizens? For all travelers or for all citizens to be filled up before departing from the Philippines and upon return, hindi nila nakikitang ginagamit. I mean, hindi naman daw chine-check. Sa iba na check, iba daw hindi naman chine-check. So parang but that practice is still being continued. No one or no agency is calling the attention of that agency implementing it, Mr. President.
Fortunately,
is it really necessary?
No, fortunately for me, Mr. President, because my brother Renren is a consumer advocate on his own. And he mentioned to me that several times.
Okay.
So one time I asked the immigration kasi lumalabas din sa kanila pag nandun na. So minsan hindi na nila hiningi. Okay. But I will go further kasi sabi nga ng brother ko, nung nag-travel lang ako alone, nag-fill up ako once, nung sabi yung susunod, I don't have to put all the information nandun na. But when I traveled with my children, I put it there. Pati yung information ko, I have to do it all again. So definitely, Mr. President, may mga permutations talaga, may mga angal pa. And then, ang common na ginagamit ng agencies is yung data privacy, which is in one sense true that may restrictions sila in sharing data. But on the other hand, if you filled it up once, and for example, kung stewardess ka, di ba, we should not only make it easy by them by not having to fill out physically but we should also make it easy for them that once they fill it out, tuloy-tuloy na yon, no? So I think makakatulong pa rin yung bill na to because with the standards that DICT will be coming out with at saka yung yung Chief Information Officer, yung opisina nga na itatayo, kasama to sa continuous discussions nila. But I do believe we will be passing through some time na meron talagang trial and error. Diba? For example, Mr. President, then yung usual, paano kung offline? Diba? So may mga ganun. Sometimes we're so dependent na, paano kung offline? So DICT will have to come out with standards din doon. Kasi like maps, di ba, Mr. President? May mga maps and may mga direction apps like Waze na, by the way, kaboses ng ating Senate President, sabi sa akin nung iba, parang boses daw ni Senator Cheese yung sa Waze.
Ganda ng boses.
Pero meron maps na download na pwede mong gamitin na offline. Pero hindi i-share sa'yo kung traffic doon or hindi. So just an example of if I was going to immigration and I'm an OFW, yes, there are certain things na pag offline or walang internet, hindi makikita. But dapat yung basic, nandun na. Kasi pag yung OFW dinelay mo, baka matanggal sa trabaho yon. So may practical side talaga, Mr. President.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. Siguro one last question, if I can get the opinion of the ICT and or the resource persons assisting our sponsor. What is their opinion or comment about the plan of, which is the trend globally, or the plan of our Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas to come up with our own digital central bank currency? Kasi sabi rito sa bill natin, ang objective is the digital transformation of government. So, darating ba, is that to be advocated or espoused by the ICT, Mr. President?
So there's no official stand on that issue. But if I may, Mr. President, Mr. Minority Leader, that's an example why the BSP wanted their autonomy. Because we can have I agree with you kasi for example, di ba, Mr. President, if you go to Hong Kong, yung octopus card nila is more than just a 7-Eleven wonder eh. Pwede mong gamitin sa taxi, pwedeng sa train, you don't have to buy a ticket. Tapos, it's also safeguarded kasi if I'm not mistaken, hanggang 3,000 Hong Kong lang ang pwede mo i-load. You can load it halos kahit saan. Diba? So, although, for example, ngayon, ang sikat sa atin ngayon, GCash, but there are also issues, diba? So, on one hand, I agree with you, Mr. President, that there should be advocates tayo, consumer groups, DICT, but I guess the experts in the BSP would want to answer that themselves na whether or not we should have a digital currency. No?
Can we not run to the ICT for an opinion or for a study and the sharing of the conclusion of the study?
They said, Mr. President, that if we ask them, they will comply and they will look at it. And siguro what we can ask them is, from your point of view, anong pro and con?
Right.
Then same question sa BSP, di ba? Na,
How secure?
Na from
Mga
you.
ganun.
Yes.
How secure? Okay. Pero ito lang, forgive me, Mr. President, meron na ako talaga naisip. One last point na lang.
Opo.
Yung sa hearing namin ni Senator Tulfo sa Lotto, I think challenge ni Senator Tulfo or dinirect niya ang DICT to conduct ano tawag mo doon sana? Yung review, source code review, and to check the system of the Lotto that it cannot be manipulated after drawing the balls. Hindi ko na narinig afterwards. Did the DICT do as instructed by the chairman of that committee, Senator Rafi Tulfo?
So, Mr. President, meron po tinatawag na vulnerability assessment and penetration test. But ibang, so nag-submit ang DICT sa committee.
Okay.
But we'll double check. But that's a good point, Mr. President, kasi on the news lang the other day, di ba, yung COMELEC naman ang may international safeguard na certification group na source code naman nung. And that was part of my prayer kasi hindi na Smartmatic yung ginagamit first time eh. So part of my prayer time the other day was, Lord, hindi pwedeng pumalpak ang eleksyon natin kasi it will create instability.
Yes.
So sana itong bagong sistema walang dayaan. So but it's a good question, Mr. President, because nga on the reverse naman po, no? And siguro ato shout out in not a positive way to all the agencies that have to do with cyber crimes and with PNP, NBI. Pinagbawal na ng gobyerno ang isabong pero meron pa rin. Hindi at the scale nung legal siya, pero meron. And na naman yan eh. Kung yan ay tape, ibang usapan. Pero kung live, nahahabol yan eh. Diba? But again, hindi purely DICT yan.
So ang at least na-establish natin ngayong hapon that government agencies, Congress, and even the citizens can run to the DICT
Yes.
for assistance in ICT matters, questions, etc.
Especially, Mr. President, with AI, to be fair to a number of USECs and ASECs ng DICT, they've been updating me. Napakalalim na nung pangloloko sa
AI.
Sa AI, no?
Siguro, since science is progressing much faster than our laws, can the DICT also come up with a proposed AI regulation bill, Mr. President?
Mr. President, parang nabasa mo yung text ko sa staff ko this morning na if we cannot propose AI rules in the Committee on Science and Technology, baka we can have a hearing and get everyone relevant for government to come up with the rules because I'm not sure of the status in the U.S. Congress, but they're doing that, no? So, House? What do you mean House? Ang alin? Okay, so I was informed that in our counterpart in the House of Representatives, meron silang ongoing na law on the, at the very least, the code of ethics and everything. But to use your science, science naman, kung hindi natin titignan, maraming maloloko dito eh.
Sayang kung hindi natin fully
Agree. On both sides.
ma-fully gamit ang
Yes,
DICT.
on both sides, Mr. President. On potential, if we don't come out with the rules, we'll miss the potential. Sa scams naman, kapag hindi natin inayos, maraming masascam na atin mga kababayan.
So with that, Mr. President, the times have changed. Talagang very critical na po itong DICT. And we thank the sponsor for coming up with the e-governance bill, which from this interpellation we have established will also provide some of the details to further enhance the powers of the DICT. But this time, ang tawag mo doon? Whole of government, calling for a whole of government approach under a mandate or a framework law where everyone will see, all government agencies will see the need to cooperate as well as the obligation to cooperate. So, yan pa.
Thank you for that, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Mr. President.
And may I assure the Minority Leader and our esteemed colleagues, the Senate President, that before we go to the period of amendments, most probably on Monday, on the other questions, we need deeper information or some reference to other laws. We will have it at hand and send it to your office.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2781. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, before we proceed with
Mr. Majority Leader, may parliamentary inquiry. Since this bill is e-governance, can I do the amendments online?
The rules probably would indicate that the same should be presented and defended in the plenary, but I think it would be more pro-traditional if you do it here on the floor, Mr. President. And I think the minority leader is nodding his head.
Yeah.
Because the law has yet to be enacted and passed. It will not have a retroactive effect, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's why I want the majority leader to be re-elected. I love his insights and I want to see him face to face.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt proposed Senate Resolution 1277. This is the resolution commending the courage, the bravery, the vigilance, and nationalism of local fisherfolk of Masbate for recovering and turning over to the proper authorities the unmanned underwater drone that intruded the maritime zones of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The resolution is hereby adopted.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is seeking the floor in support of the said newly approved
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayurya. Kasama po ang ating kaibigan, kakampi ng bawat Pilipino, Senador Francis Tol Tolentino, at lahat ng ating iginagalang na kasamahan dito sa Senado. Ikinagagalak po pong pangunahan ang pagbibigay-pugay sa 3 mangingisda mula sa Barangay Inarawan, San Pascual, Masbate. Sina Ginoong Jojo Villanueva Cantela, si Ginoong Rodney Magno Valenzuela, at si Ginoong Jeric Tarana Arujado na 17 years old. Sila po ang magigiting nating mga kababayan na nakatagpo, nakakuha, at nagsumite sa otoridad ng tinatawag na unmanned underwater vehicle. Habang nangingisda po sila malapit sa baybayin ng San Pascual sa probinsya ng Masbate. Agad po tayong naghain ng resolusyon upang kilalanin ang kanilang katapangan sa pagkuha ng isang bagay na hindi naman pamilyar sa kanila. ito po ay siguradong mapanganib at higit sa lahat ay ang kanilang katapatan upang kagyat na dalhin ang natagpuang drone sa otoridad. Sila po ay malinaw na nagpapakita ng magandang halimbawa sa ating mga kababayan na maging alerto at mapagmatiyag sa mga ganitong pagkakataon, lalo sa mga bagay na may kinalaman sa ating pambansang seguridad. Isa rin po itong patunay sa bisa ng kolaborasyon sa pagitan ng ating mga komunidad at pamahalaan para sa ating mga kolektibong hangarin para sa ating bayan. Mabuhay po kayo, Sir Jojo, Sir Rodney at Sir Jeric. Kayo po ay aming ipinagmamalaki sa inyong katapangan, katapatan at pagmamahal sa ating inang bayan. Katunayan po, napakapambihira po ng inyong katangian at iyan po ang hinihingi natin sa ating mga kababayan, ang iklas, ang tunay na pagmamahal sa ating bayan. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Mr. President, I seek a 1-minute suspension to enable the personalities mentioned in the just approved Senate resolution for a short photograph session with the leadership and members of this chamber, Mr. President, together with the assisting members of the Philippine National Police of Masbate, Your Honor.
Session suspended.
I move that we resume
Firearms.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Firearms.
Resume consideration of Senate
Session
Bill.
resumed. Please proceed.
I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2895 under Committee Report number 424. Again, this is the bill on the amendments to the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Act. So, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2895 under Committee Report number 424 is now in order.
I move to recognize again Senators Ronald Bato de la Rosa as well as Senator Juan Miguel Mig Zubiri for their individual amendments.
Senator Ronald de la Rosa and Senator Mig Superior are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, at the onset, we'd like to thank Senator Sherwin Gatchalian to allow us to finish the measure that was on hand earlier. I know the good sponsor has a flight to catch to Cebu for the Sinulog. So I'm envious that he's going to enjoy himself in Sinulog. But I'm sure it's not for enjoyment purposes, but to react with the crowd and visit the crowd of Cebu. But Mr. President, to hasten the proceedings, on page 10, lines 3 to 7, delete the entire paragraph and replace with Section 21, acquisition. Oh, I forgot, Mr. President. I would like to withdraw my earlier amendment, Mr. President. This was the page 11, line 1 amendment, inserting a new section. I would like to withdraw that with the permission of the body.
Yes. Is there any objection? There being none, that motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. And will be replaced by these new amendments in compliance with what was discussed earlier today, lengthily by myself, Senator Cayetano, Pia, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and Senator Alan Cayetano. On page 10, lines 3 to 7, delete the entire paragraph and replace with Section 21, acquisition, purchase, or transfer of firearms and ammunition. Firearms and ammunition may only be acquired or purchased from authorized dealers, importers, or local manufacturers by a licensed citizen or licensed juridical entity, provided that a licensed firearm holder who is no longer interested to continue possessing such licensed firearm may transfer the same to a licensed holder or licensed juridical entity subject to the provisions of this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is.
I accept, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Is
Thank you.
there any objection? There being
Even
none,
though
motion-
you don't ask me, I have to accept it for the record.
motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 10, insert a new section that will read. Section 10. Section 26 of Republic Act 10591 as amended is hereby further amended to read as follows. Section 26. Death or disability of licensee. In case, subject to style po ito, in case of death or legal incapacity of an LTAP holder, ownership of any registered firearm may be transferred to the holder's designated.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President.
Excuse me, with the permission of Senator Sobiri, can we have 1 minute suspension because Senator Pia Cayetano is introducing her own.
Okay, we
1 minute. 1 minute.
we suspend our
Session suspended.
we suspend our amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with consultations with the staff of, consulting the staff of Senator Pia Cayetano, we further improved the amendment to read as follows. Under Section 26 Republic Act 10591, as amended, is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 26, death or disability of licensee. In case of legal incapacity, let me repeat, in case of legal incapacity of an LTAP holder, ownership of any registered firearms may be transferred to the holder's designated next of kin indicated in the license within 6 months from the date of legal incapacity, provided that the next of kin shall secure an LTAP and transfer that registration of such firearm in his or her name in accordance with the provisions of this act. Another paragraph, in case of death, the estate of the deceased has the option to sell, dispose, or transfer the same to a licensed holder or licensed juridical entity. Pending issuance of an LTAP and registration, or while awaiting sale, disposition, or transfer of such firearm, the next of kin or the representative of the estate of the deceased shall deliver the same to the FEO of the PNP or police regional office, and such firearm or ammunitions within 6 months from the date of incapacity or death. The estate of the deceased may also opt to donate the registered firearm to the government and shall be exempt from donor's tax. I so move, Mr. President. It's the amendment.
Before I accept the said amendment, Mr. President, I would like to add a minor amendment on Section 26. Death or legal incapacity of licensee. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, is there any
There be no objection.
is there any objection? Yes, Minority Floor Leader, you're.
If we will be allowed not to object or participate in the discussion at the moment, but ask for a later on, just ask for a clean copy because the amendments have been extensive. So, but we are discussing between us, Senator Riza and I are talking about what is this legal incapacity that we are thinking of, Mr. President. What does that mean, Mr. President? So, kaya nga, so
Senator PM, Mr.
if we so as not to prolong the discussion, if you could just ask for a clean copy and the opportunity to or the chance to revisit the bill as amended already, Mr. President. That's the request, Mr. President. We're requesting the sponsor if he will allow us.
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, it's a very harmless request. Although we cannot finish second reading tonight. If we grant the request, baka Monday na tayo mag-second reading. Will it be possible that we can do a clean copy quickly and then maybe you can review it tonight?
Yeah.
Wednesday na tayo eh. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Bato, I was told by the legal, yes, the legislative team, is that we must do an ulterior amendment on page 10, insert a new section 10 to read as follows. So that's what I read earlier, the section 26 of RA number 10591. But we also delete the entire paragraph starting with the word upon until the word firearms. And in lieu therefore thereof, insert what was just read by Senator Bato, earlier to Senator Bato de la Rosa. Subject to style.
Subject to style, I accept, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment's approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We have no further amendments, Mr. President. And renumber, of course, renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. So move, Mr. President. Yes.
Is there any
All
objection? There
sections.
being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I believe, Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, we can close the period of amendment without prejudice that the minority leader and assistant minority leader may have proposed further amendments later on.
Majority Floor Leader?
Yes.
With no other individual amendment, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Okay na.
President, may we also ask for a clean copy given to the minority leader and Ma'am Risa of the House and all the members.
Yes, the secretary is instructed to give a clean copy to members. Close. Hindi, close period of amendments. Suspend consideration.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2895.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Immediate suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2865. This is the bill on the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Tax. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2865 is now in order.
I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the approved amendment by substitution on December 11, 2024 as our working draft and recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian, to propose his individual amendment. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, motion is approved. Senators Win Gatchalian and
Individual lang.
Senator Win Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I only have three individual amendments.
Dito pa ka, ano?
Yes, sir. Apo, sino?
On page 2, line 23, replace the words "and or" with a comma. And then on
Page 2, sir.
page 2, line 24, delete the phrase "whether to buy or sell securities," comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, proposed amendment is approved.
On page 3, line 6, replace the words "and or" with a comma. On the same page, line 7, delete the phrase "whether to buy or sell securities," comma. I so move.
Is there any objection? There being none, the proposed amendment is approved.
On page 29, line 10, reinstate the deleted phrase provided that pickup trucks shall not be considered as, page 29, line 10, reinstate the deleted phrase provided that pickups shall not be considered as trucks. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the proposed amendment is approved.
That's it, Mr. President. Thank you.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2865.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Minute suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2900 under Committee Report number 430. This is the bill on the Special Defense Economic Zone Act. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill is now in order.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Juan Miguel Mig Zubiri, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Hearing no objection, the period of interpellation is in order. Senators Zubiri and Pimentel are hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, who is conceitedly very knowledgeable about the subject matter, Mr. President. So this is just an interpellation to elicit some facts and to clarify some concepts, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, from the title itself, the measure is to establish basically an economic zone within the government arsenal defense industrial estate. So, may we know what will happen to if this becomes law, what will happen to the government arsenal defense industrial estate as to area? What percentage of the area will remain as the government arsenal defense industrial estate, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. I was informed. We have with us today the head of the government arsenal, General Amante is with us today.
General Amante, classmate of Senator Bato?
Upper class po siya, upper class.
Yes, nakita sila sa PMA and you're the one who has a golden voice? Yes, sir. Tama, yes, sir.
Magaling kumanta. Magaling kumanta.
Sipin nyo,
Golden voice,
pati yan, alam ko ba, Mr. President? Sa research natin
Alam mo
dito
pa yan sa akin.
sa research natin sa bill na ito, Mr. President.
Very good. Mr. President, yes, just to answer the question of our distinguished minority floor leader, the property in Limay, Bataan on the government arsenal is about 370 hectares, Your Honor.
Okay.
And they're planning to use up 300 hectares for the eco zone, the defense eco zone, and the other 70 will be retained by the government arsenal for the manufacturing and repair of military firearms, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So I haven't visited the government arsenal. So ibig sabihin is, marami pa palang parang vacant space dyan. Opo.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
And contiguous.
Yes, Your Honor.
Contiguous lang.
Contiguous. And secure po.
So what is the effect of this bill, Mr. President? Kung gagawin na natin yon, so tanggal na talaga itong 300 hectares from the jurisdiction of the government and arsenal under General Amante?
Yes, sir. It's going to now be part of the special SPEDEZA, or Special Defense Economic Zone. And the reason, if I may, Mr. President, Your Honor, that we need this is because of the SRDP law that we passed. And we thank you very much, together with Senator Risa and yourself, the minority leader, on supporting such a measure where we are actually being able to produce our own firearms, defense equipment for our self-reliance, defense self-reliance. And many of those who have, because of the law that we passed and that you also helped us achieve, many investors have already come to the Philippines. As a matter of fact, there was recently an air show. What was the show na tayong dalawa, Senator JB, magkasama tayo. No, it was here in World Trade, the World Trade Center. It was ADAS. Many of these companies are willing to set up shop. However, they are not shunned away, but they're discouraged by other economic zones to build their manufacturing facilities there because of the nature of the equipment that's being done, which is some can be very dangerous because some are manufacturing of weapons, ammunition, and armaments which utilize gunpowder, of course, explosives, and the like. So, nahirapan sila maghanap ng locator nahihirapan sila maghanap ng location. Locator po sila. Location. So, yan ang problema, Mr. President. And that is why this is an accompanying measure of our SRDP, Your Honor.
So thank you, Mr. President. So sa maikling salita, si SRDP, yung batas na yon ang nag-establish ng isang programa, yun ang naging legal basis. Ito namang panukalang ito na ngayon ang magbibigay ng lokasyon ng mga ma-attract natin sa programang SRDP.
Opo.
Tama po?
Opo,
Opo.
Mr. President.
Okay, pero dahil sa we are now we are now pinpointing the location. We are also creating a GOCC to manage that particular one.
Yes,
But the GOCC we're creating manages that specific territory. Or can there be another defense economic zone, let us say somewhere in the Philippines, and it will be also under this authority?
Yes, sir.
So that's the plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Kasi maliit po yung 300 hectares, and they're also, under the law, they're allowed to expand in other areas.
So ito yung that's the plan. Okay, ito na yung parang panimula to start
Opo,
lang.
opo.
It's in Bataan. So it's really understandable naman na syempre yung economic zone kunyari na making or manufacturing ano ba ang mga ano tama ka chips, microchips.
Microchips.
Tapos
Ano po.
katabi niya is manufacturing bullets, ayun niya yun. Or mortar,
Tsaka, Mr.
mortar shells or ammunition.
O, tsaka Mr. President, my distinguished colleague from Cagayan de Oro in Marikina, yung problema din kasi security. The facility has to be secured. Because
Correct,
if you're,
yes.
yeah, because pwede
Yes.
sila ma-raid or pwede may theft or may pilferage of equipment. And for example, if they're going to deal, it's not only that, also they can manufacture, for example, drone technology.
Correct.
They don't want also spies or people who can steal the technology from the area. So it has to be highly secure in nature, Your Honor. Iba talaga siya sa ibang eco zones, Your Honor.
Well, wala naman tayo pong ano rito, objection dito kasi I will just give credit where credit is due. Yung dating PEZA head under President Duterte, Charito Plaza,
Yes.
I think when she was PEZA head, diniscuss na namin ito.
Ah,
we
very
need an eco zone exclusively for defense.
Very
And finally, ito na yung fruition. But of course, we needed that framework law, the SRDP. So,
She was a general, by the way, of the reservist.
correct.
She was the reservist general of the Army. Air Force.
Tapos, of course, given the nature of the businesses to be located there, their raw materials and their inventory, siyempre yung security level must be different from
Yes,
the
sir.
vigilance, and the security level must be different from or of a higher level than the ordinary eco zones, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, because we're creating an authority, did we make sure that we will not complicate the authority's relationship with the FIRB ba yun? Andiyan pa ba?
Create more. Under provisions of the Create More.
Yes, under Create More, because so is this eco zone at the same level or with the same powers as the other investment promotion agencies, Mr. President?
IPA. It's similar to an IPA, Your Honor. We have together with us Congressman Garcia. Abed Garcia is with us here. We'd like to also put that on record. He's helping the measure. Obviously, it's going to be in his beautiful province of Bataan, which will have a bridge very soon connecting Cavite and Bataan. Yes, Your Honor, it will be similar to an IPA like the Bataan, Report Zone, yung AFAB. So it will be similar to that, Your Honor.
Yeah, yes, no special powers to be given to the authority.
It will be the same, Your Honor, as what has been given to others.
Extended lang yung duration ng availment nila kasi it's pioneering industry.
So pioneering, because it's a pioneering industry, extended lang up to 20 years yung availment of incentives. But they are compliant because I made sure that when we pass this in the committee level, I told my staff to make sure that it's compliant with Create More. In other words, hindi lalamang sa Create More.
Yes.
Opo.
Parang hindi na natin pinulabog o ginulo yung whatever we built under Create More kasi we made sure kasi na the IPAs are more or less equally treated. Ganun, diba?
Yes, sir.
Ganun pong ginawa natin. So
Yes,
we're
sir.
creating another IPA,
Yes, sir.
but it's not more powerful than the existing IPAs.
Hindi po, sir.
It's a parang generic IPA siya.
Yes, Mr.
ka-level.
President. Oo.
Okay. So with that, Mr. President, at least alam na natin yung general concept. But when we go to the specifics, it would just be some parang perfecting
Yes, Mr.
suggestions or not really a new concept or a totally new concept. So if we can just reserve our right to ask further questions during the period for amendments, Mr. President, just in case we need some clarificatory questions. But as of the moment, I think, Mr. President, we can, this representation can terminate his interpellation because I see the logic, I see the idea, I see the benefits of passing this bill. At least yung land area ng government arsenal magiging productive
Magagamit
pa,
po.
magagamit
Magiging
pa natin.
productive.
So, ang mangyayari po nito, the law creating the government arsenal will be amended by this law, will be carving out malaki, a big part of its land area and then placing it under another government entity, the authority. Ganun
Yes,
po
sir.
ang mangyayari.
Yes, sir.
So, how will this affect the government arsenal, Mr. President? As to with the loss of 300 hectares, will this affect what is the effect on the government arsenal?
Actually, Mr. President, to be honest, yung government arsenal for a long time has been, with due respect, nandito po si General, but neglected.
Correct.
If we both headed the government, siguro prioritize natin yung government arsenal. We only found the importance of the government arsenal during the Marawi siege when we ran out of bullets and ammunition, and it was the government arsenal and the private contractors here that were providing the firearms, bullets, and repairs, magazines to our military. So now, at least nakafocus na tayo dun sa area. And it will give them a boost that they deserve. It will really put them on the limelight.
Is the government arsenal poised to earn because of this bill? Earn something?
It's in the Department of Defense, Your Honor. The defense modernization. I think the income here will be pension bills. And okay, so both the pension bill, the pension law, and the modernization program of the DND will be benefiting from this.
Is the government arsenal to be compensated for the 300 hectares?
In this bench, wala, no?
Compensation.
No, sir.
Because it will be part of the modernization.
Yeah, no, sir, because it's in totality, parang one fund concept yung tinutulak nila na yung income nga na makuha nito will go to the modernization as well as the pension fund.
The income of the authority?
I believe so, sir. I think the rentals, no? 1% will go to the modernization.
Okay.
Which includes?
Which
includes the arsenal. Okay.
Distribution ng income.
Yung distribution of income will be 1% to the AFP Pension Fund, 1% to the province of Bataan. Kaya pala nandito si Congressman Abet. 1% will go to the whole city municipality, and 2% will be retained by SPEDESA, Your Honor, on the 5% gross income earned.
How about the functions of the government arsenal? Will they be affected in any way by this bill, Mr. President, or the establishment of the ecozone? Wala pa.
Di naman po.
Bureau under the department.
Will still be a bureau daw under the department.
As to capacity, how about expansion plans? Baka maapektahan kasi we're getting 300 hectares of your 370.
Into co-production with locators and expand our capacity.
Because under the bill, and they're excited about this, it allows them to partner with the co-locators, with the locators. I believe, for example, there is They went to see me. Magazines. They make the magazines for the M16s, the M4 na magazine for our military. They want to put up a facility there in this area of the arsenal, and they will partner with the arsenal for the manufacture of this magazine. So parang ganun. And they cannot do it, Mr. President, without this framework. They told me nga, they're having a hard time, with due respect to Secretary Gibo. Hirap na hirap po sila kumuha ng permit na mag-locate doon because wala pong legal framework.
Sige po, so kung parang the government arsenal will now entertain, say, quotation marks ko na lang, expansion plans through joint ventures in this special defense economic zone.
That's
so
correct,
in that sense, nag-expand nga sila. So maybe there is now going to be exposure to different technology or new technology or latest technology. So baka may transfer in the future, may transfer of technology pa.
Yes, for sure, Mr. President. That is the affirmative. We were discussing that also.
So we wish you all the best, and I hope you really secure the area kasi talagang kailangan ma-secure po yan.
Secure dapat.
Because ano yung discuss naman natin dito under sponsorship of Senator Jingo Estrada, yung biological,
warfare,
nuclear, chemical, apat kasi yun weapons, mga ganun. So these are weapons also. We're talking about weapons or defense materials. So we hope that this will really be secured, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, same reservation. This representation thanks the sponsor and as well as the resource persons. And we'll just make that reservation during the period of amendments. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Senator. Mr. President, we'd like to thank our distinguished colleague from Cagayan de Oro and Marikina for his support. He's always been very supportive of a renewed push for self-reliance in the defense industry. We thank him for that, being very patriotic and nationalistic. This way, Mr. President, maybe we don't need to import all these firearms. We can now build it in the Philippines, similar to what Turkey has done, similar to what Brazil has done, and Israel and India. So thank you to our minority floor leader. Maraming salamat.
Yes, and I also commend Congressman Mig Subiri for shepherding so many important laws.
Senator, demote niyo po ako.
Did I say congressman? Oh, sorry. Jet lag, sorry.
Jet lag. Yes.
Senator, sorry.
Thank you very much,
I was thinking
Mr.
Kong Abet Garcia.
Yeah, Kong
behind
Abet
you.
po, you mean.
Sorry. Kasalanan ni Kong Abet Doon pa siya umupo Sorry, my apologies. But I'd like to commend Senator Mig Subiri for shepherding so many important bills for our defense industry, and especially in this geopolitical environment. It's so important that we pass these bills. So congratulations, Senator Migs. And of course, supporting right behind them, literally, is Congressman Abet Garcia.
Very hardworking.
Very hardworking, always there for bills related to
He's
Bataan.
the people of Bataan should be proud. They have a very good congressman and governor as well.
Thank you.
Likewise, before I make a motion, likewise, I'd like to commend my seatmate, my colleague, Senator Zubiri, for always supporting the defense industry. We're always together, no? Especially the time that he was Senate President. We went to the defense shows because we really want our AFP modernization to really take place, no? Pinagbintangan pa nga kaming ahente. Minsan.
Yung pinagbintangan pa kaming ahente.
Ginawa pa kaming ahente, no? Pero
tulong lang po kami sa AFP.
Yeah, it's our desire really to because of the precarious situation that we have right now in the West Philippine Sea, we really have to strengthen our defense postures. And I commend my brother, my seatmate, Senator Zubiri, and likewise former Governor and Congressman Abet Garcia. Bataan is really one rising province. We just passed the Metro Bataan Development Authority now. With this, I think Bataan will really be will really develop tremendously, especially for our defense industry. There being no other reservation for interpellation, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2900.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed to the reference of business.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. Senate number 2914, providing for comprehensive and responsive civil registration and vital statistics system, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 3753, providing funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Gatchalian.
Refer to the Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance.
2915, providing for the inclusion of the province of Sulu in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, as provided for in RA 11054, setting the plebiscite for this purpose and appropriating funds therefore. Senator Zubiri.
Refer to the Committees on Local Government, Electoral Reforms, and People's Participation and Finance.
2916, providing for the issuance of a list of low-lying areas of the Philippine territory vulnerable to rising sea levels as a result of climate change and areas at high risk for natural disasters, mandating the Department of Natural Resources, DOST, Philippine Space Agency, Climate Change Commission, and other concerned government agencies for its regular updating and appropriate funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Estrada.
Refer to the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, Science and Technology, and Finance.
2917, strengthening the system of filing of delayed registration of births in the country, amending for the purpose Act number 3753. Senator Go.
Refer to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
2918, institutionalizing the National Convergence Strategy for Sustainable Rural Development based on bridge-to-reef approach, providing the implementing mechanisms, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Estrada.
Refer to the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, and Finance.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 1269, calling for the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an investigation into the implementation of the last tranche of the SSS increase in the contribution rates and adjustment of the relevant daily and monthly salary credits for the purpose of evaluating its possible effect on the economic well-being of working-age Filipinos. Senator Ontiveros.
Refer to the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
1270, commending Police Senior Master Sergeant Ryan Mariano and Correctional Officer Juan Melvin Cabanal, Magnaye of the Bureau of Corrections for their bravery and dedication to protect the public. Senator De La Rosa.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1271, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the continued operation of illegal pogo hubs in the Philippines, despite the total ban imposed by the administration of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Senator Tulfo.
Galing pare, congrats.
Ways and Means.
Sorry. I refer to the Committee on Ways and Means and Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
1272, directing the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights to conduct an investigation on the gathering and handling of evidence by law enforcement with the end in view of strengthening laws on prosecution of criminal cases. Senator Tulfo.
Refer to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
1273, congratulating and commending the LPU Batangas Senior High School delegates for their outstanding performance in the World Scholars Cup Tournament of Champions held from November 14 to 20, 2024 at Yale University. Senator Lapid.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1274, congratulating and commending the Philippine Para Dance Sport Team for winning multiple medals at the Dearborn 2024 Para Dance Sport USA Open. Senator Lapid.
Refer to the Committee on
Rules. 1275, congratulating and commending Denise Zamboanga for her historic victory as the first Filipina to win the one interim women's atomweight MMA world title. Senator Lapid.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1276, congratulating and commending the One Kainta CBD Dance Sport Team for winning multiple medals at the 2024 Taiwan International Dance Sport Cup held on August 11, 2024 in Yulin County, Taiwan. Senator Lapid.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business, bill on first reading, Senate number 2919, increasing the compulsory age of retirement for officers and non-officers of PNP from 56 years to 57 years old, amending for the purpose Section 39 of RA 6975 as amended. Senator De La Rosa.
Refer to the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs and Local Government.
Resolution, Senate Concurrent Resolution 26, concurrent resolution expressing the sense of the Senate urging the National Telecommunications Commission to issue a provisional authority to Starlink Internet Services Philippines, allowing it to build, own, and operate satellite ground stations, pending final determination of its application for a congressional franchise. Senator Poe.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1278, directing the Senate Committee on Migrant Workers to conduct an inquiry into the unfortunate incidents involving 3 Kuwait-based OFWs, particularly the reported deaths of 2 Filipinas and the alleged involvement of another in the death of an infant, with the end in view of adopting monitoring measures and crafting bilateral agreements that will guarantee the security, safety, and physical as well as mental well-being of Filipino migrant workers. Senator Tulfo.
Referred to the Committee on Migrant Workers.
1279, calling the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry on the reported inefficiency of the Social Security system in collecting contributions from delinquent employers, with the end in view of enhancing the efficiency of its collection mechanisms and significant premium increases and ensuring the sustainability of its funds for the benefit of all members. Senator Poe.
Referred to the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
Committee reports, Committee Report 438, jointly by the Committees on Justice and Human Rights, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance. On Senate number 2920, with Senators Escudero, Villanueva, Padilla, and Pimentel III as authors, an act amending RA 7309, entitled An Act Creating a Board of Claims under the Department of Justice for victims of unjust imprisonment or detention and victims of violent crimes and for other purposes. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 884, 1607, and 2547, sponsor Senator Pimentel III.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
439, submitted by the Committee on Basic Education, House number 10726, changing the name of Eastern Bontoc National Agricultural and Vocational High School in Barangay Lingoy, Municipality of Barlig, Mountain Province of Barlig National Agricultural and Vocational High School, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
440, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 10729, separating the Pasay City North High School Tramo Campus in Barangay 57, Tramo, Pasay City, from the Pasay City North High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Pasay City National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
441, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 10947, separating the Vitali National High School, Sinuropan Annex in Locomo, Zamboanga City from the Vitali National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as Sinuropan National High School, approving funds therefore. Recommending this approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 482, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
442, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 10911, establishing a national high school in Palusapis, Muñoz, Nueva Ecija, to be known as the Inday Melencio National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
443, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 10945, establishing a national high school in Barangay Tumitus, Zamboanga City, to be known as the Tumitus National High School, appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
444, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 10946, establishing a national high school in Barangay Calabasa, Zamboanga City, to be known as the Calabasa National High School, approving funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
445, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 10948, establishing a national high school in Barangay Kasanyangan, Zamboanga City, to be known as the Kasanyangan National High School, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
446, submitted jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 10949, establishing a national high school in Barangay Curuan, Zamboanga City, to be known as the Sapa Manok Curuan National High School, appropriating funds therefore, recommending this approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
447, jointly by the Committees on Basic Education and Finance on House number 10950, establishing a national high school in Barangay Latuan, Zamboanga City, to be known as the Latuan National High School, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
448, jointly by the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance on House number 428, an act declaring certain portions of the Welfareville property located in the city of Mandaluyong open for disposition to bona fide residents without public bidding and for other purposes, recommending its approval through amendment by substitution, taking into consideration House number 10015, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders committee report number on House Bill number 10726 is the bill pertaining to the Barlig National Agricultural and Vocational High School. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move that we consider the aforementioned House bill. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the motion is approved. The Secretary is directed to read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
Barlig National Agricultural and Vocational High School.
I move to recognize Senator Will Gatchalian, Chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senator Win Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, good evening. Today, I'm honored to sponsor a local bill transmitted by our colleagues from the House of Representatives, House Bill number 10726, that seeks to rename Eastern Bondok National Agricultural and Vocational High School in Barangay Lingoy, Municipality of Barlig, Mountain Province. Mr. President, let me put on record the rationale for the renaming of the school. Section 99D of Republic Act number 7160 allows the local sanggunian to change school names through an ordinance, with the local school board making recommendations. Public schools can also be named or renamed by the President through proclamation or by Congress through legislation. Approval from the Department of Secretary is no longer necessary for the naming or renaming of schools as per Department Order number 29, series of 2011. All public high schools with DepEd school IDs are considered national high schools. The renaming of a public school into a national high school shall be done consistent with the provisions of DepEd Order number 29, series of 2011. Mr. President, schools are more than educational institutions. They are pillars of our communities and reflections of our collective identity. By renaming Eastern Bondok National Agricultural and Vocational High School, we honor its role in fostering shared learning experiences and driving local development. This proposed measure underscores our commitment to supporting educational institutions in their mission to uplift and empower communities. Upon enactment of this measure, the renamed school will be known as Barlig National Agricultural and Vocational High School. I also hereby inform this honorable body that the Department of Education has certified that this proposed measure complies with DepEd Order number 40, series of 2014 for the establishment, merging, conversion, and renaming of public schools and separation of public school annexes in basic education. Ang panukalang ito ay isang pahayag ng ating dedikasyon sa pagsuporta sa ating mga komunidad. Sa pagpalit ng pangalan ng paaralang ito, tayo ay nagdadala ng bagong kahulugan at nagbibigay inspirasyon sa mga mag-aaral na magpunyagi para sa tagumpay. For this reason, I humbly seek this August Chamber support for the immediate passage of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Committee Report number 14 on House Bill number 10726.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders Committee Report number 440 on House Bill number 10729 and Committee Report number 441 on House Bill number 10947. These are the bills on the separation of school extension from its mother school to become an independent school.
Hearing no objection, the motion is approved.
I move that we consider the aforementioned House Bill. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The Secretary is directed to read only the title of the bills without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
House number 10729, Pasay City National High School. House number 10947, Sinoropa National High School in Lucomo, Zamboanga City.
I move to recognize Senator Gatchalian, Chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Senator Win Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant evening to you all. Today, I'm honored to sponsor two local bills that aim to separate extension or annex schools to become independent schools. These are House Bill number 10729 and 10947. Take into consideration Senate Bill number 482. The extension or annex schools that we seek to separate from their mother schools under these proposed measures are the following: the Pasay City North High School Tramo Campus in Barangay 57, Tramo, Pasay City, and Vitali National High School, Sinoropan Annex in Barangay Licomo, Zamboanga City. Ginong Pangulo, isipin natin ang mga kabataang nagsusumikap para makapag-aral. Marami sa kanila ang kailangan maglakad ng ilang kilometro araw-araw, saksi sa hirap ng paglalakbay sa ilalim ng init ng araw o ulan upang makapasok sa paaralan. Given this context, separating this extension or annex schools from their mother schools would greatly help to ensure that growing needs of these schools will be met and that the highest standards of education would be provided to our students. By enacting these measures, these extension or annex schools will be able to manage their own maintenance and operating expenses and establish their own personal services, itemization, as well as plantilla of personnel. Therefore, the management of the main school will be decentralized, congestion will be avoided, and self-sustainability in surrounding communities can be achieved. Once separated from their mother schools, the annex or extension schools will be known respectively as the Pasay City National High School and the Sinoropan National High School. Mr. President, the Department of Education has certified that these proposed measures comply with DepEd Order Number 40, Series of 2014 on the establishment, merging, conversion, naming and renaming of public schools, and separation of public school annexes in basic education. In the interest of making education more accessible and responsive to our Filipino youth nationwide, I humbly seek the support of this team body for the immediate passage of these measures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report Number 442 on House Bill Number 10911, Committee Report Number 443 on House Bill Number 10945, Committee Report Number 444 on House Bill Number 10946, Committee Report Number 445 on House Bill Number 10948, Committee Report Number 446 on House Bill Number 10949, and Committee Report Number 447 on House Bill Number 10950. These are the bills on the establishment of schools.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
I move that we consider the aforementioned House bills. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The Secretary is directed to read only the title of the bills without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
House Number 10911, Inday Malaysia National High School, Muñoz, Nueva Ecija. 10945, Tumitos National High School, Tumitos, Zamboanga City. 10946, Calabasa National High School, Calabasa, Zamboanga City. 10948, Kasanyangan National High School in Kasanyangan, Zamboanga City. 10949, Sapamano Curuan National High School in Curuan, Zamboanga City. 10950, Latuan National High School, Latuan, Zamboanga City.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Gatchalian, Chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education, to deliver an omnibus sponsorship speech.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I'm honored today to sponsor 6 local bills transmitted by our colleagues from the House of Representatives, which aim to establish schools in areas with identified needs. These are House Bill Number 10911, 10945, 10946, 10948, 10949, and 10950. These schools we propose to establish through these measures are located in the following areas: Science City of Muñoz, Nueva Ecija, Barangay Timutos, Zamboanga City, Barangay Calabasa, Zamboanga City, Barangay Kasanyangan, Zamboanga City, Barangay Curuan, Zamboanga City, and Barangay Latuan, Zamboanga City. Mr. President, students in these areas have long faced significant hurdles just to pursue their education, from traveling long distance to shouldering additional expenses and even putting their safety at risk. With the establishment of the schools, we are bringing learning closer to home, easing the burden of learners and their families, and ensuring that education remains accessible to all. Once these measures are passed into law, the established schools will be known respectively as Inday Melencio National High School, Timutus National High School, Calabasa National High School, Kasanyangan National High School, Sapa Manok, Kuruan National High School, and Latuan National High School. I would also like to inform this honorable body that the Department of Education has certified these proposed measures comply with DepEd Order Number 40, Series of 2014, on the establishment, merging, conversion, and naming and renaming of public schools and separation of public school annexes in basic education. Ginoong Pangulo, ang pagsasabatas ng mga panukalang ito ay hindi lamang pagtatayo ng mga paaralan, kundi isang konkretong hakbang tungo sa mas maayos at abot kamay na edukasyon para sa ating mga kababayan. Sa pamamagitan ng mga panukalang ito, tinutugunan natin ang pangangailangan ng ating mga kabataan na makamit ang kanilang mga pangarap nang hindi na kinakailangan maglakbay ng malayo o ilayo ang kanilang sarili sa kanilang mga pamilya. For this reason, I humbly seek the support of this esteemed body for the immediate passage of these measures. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders committee report number 237. On Senate Bill number 2613, this is the bill on the equitable access to Sharia court. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2613 under committee report number 237.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2613 is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
An act providing for equitable access to Sharia courts, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9997, otherwise known as the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009.
To sponsor the measure, I move to recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Chairperson of the Committee on Cultural Communities and Muslim Affairs, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senator Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayurya, sa mga kagalang-galang na miyembro ng lupon na ito. Isa pong karangalan po para sa inyong lingkod ang tumindig sa pulpito ngayong hapon, ngayong gabi, upang ihain sa plenaryo ang ulat komite ng kultural na pamayanan at usaping Muslim, ang Committee Report number 237 na naglalaman ng Senate Bill 2613 patungkol sa mga panukalang susog sa Republic Act number 9997 na kilala din po bilang National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009. Simple lamang po ang nilalaman ng panukalang batas. Subalit, ito po ay may malalim na kahulugan para po sa aming mga Muslim. Simula po nang maipasa ang batas na bumuo ng komisyon upang tiyakin ang pangangalaga sa paniniwala, kaugalian, tradisyon at kultura ng mga kapatid po natin, naging masigasig na po ang buong NCMF upang tugunan ang mga pangangailangan ng ating mga kapatid. Sa loob po ng halos 15 taon, isa po sa mga nangingibabaw na hamon ay sa obserbasyon ng komisyon ay epektibong pagsusumite ng mga dokumento sa korte ng mga Muslim. Dahil po dito, bahagi ng panukalang susog sa RA number 997 ay pagbuo ng digital platform upang mapayagan po ang paperless filing ng mga pangkaraniwang mga dokumento sa Sharia courts, tulad po ng marriage certificate, birth certificate, death certificate, pleadings, and other court submissions. Sa hakbangin ito ay magiging kaakibat po natin ang isa sa mga ahensya ng pamahalaan, ang Department of Information and Communications Technology o DICT. Batid po natin ang inisyatibo ng kataas-taasang hukom na Strategic Plan for Judicial Innovation 2022 hanggang 2027. Naniniwala po akong isang mabisang hakbangin ang panukalang ito upang maisabay sa modernisasyon ng mga proseso at operasyon ng korte. Pangalawa po, sa hinaharap nating hamon ay ang kakapusan ng resources at limitadong access sa pag-file at pagsusumite ng ating mga kapatid sa mga Sharia courts. Dahil dito, simple lamang po ang ating kahilingan. Ang bigyan ng legal na kapangyarihan ang Bureau of Legal Affairs upang makapaghatid ng administratibong tulong sa ating mga kababayan. Patungkol po sa agam-agam na makakahadlang ito sa mga umiiral na proseso, sinisiguro po natin na hindi magdudulot ng kalituhan o kaguluhan ang batas na ito sa regulasyon ng korte. Dahil sa huli naman po, ang kataas-taasang hukuman pa rin po ang may kapangyarihan maglagda ng mga alituntunin tungkol sa pamamaraan sa lahat ng mga hukuman. Sang-ayon sa sinasaad ng Section 5, Artikulo 8 ng ating saligang batas. Ginoong Tagapangulo, sa tuwi-tuwinay mayroong pagdinig ang Komite ng Kultural na Pamayanan at Usaping Muslim, makailang ulit na rin pong nabanggit ang kawalan ng statistikal na datos ng mga Muslim sa buong Pilipinas. Dahil po dito, iminumungkahi po ng inyong abang lingkod sa panukalang ito ang koordinasyon sa pagitan po ng Philippine Statistics Authority at NCMF para po sa ulat at datos tungkol sa pamayanan ng Muslim mula sa level ng nasyonal, rehiyon, probinsya, siyudad at mga bayan. Kaalinsabay po nito ay ang paglalagay natin sa batas ng probisyon sa pangangailangan sa regular na pag-uulat ng kalihim ng komisyon sa Pangulo ng Senado, House Speaker, at mga tagapangulo ng mga komite ukol sa usaping Muslim ng parehong kapulungan ng Kongreso. Ginoong Tagapangulo, ang bersyon ng panukalang batas na ito ay pumasa na po sa ikatlong pagbasa sa malaking kapulungan. Ang atin pong kahilingan, nawa, ay mabigyan pansin ito ng kagalang-galang na bulwagang ito upang mabigyang solusyon po natin ang mga hinaharap na hamon ng ating mga minamahal na kapatid na Muslim. Maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon.
Mr. President, Senator Win Gatchalian would like to deliver his co-sponsorship speech. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Win Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I rise today to co-sponsor this bill that seeks to uphold equity, inclusion, and progress for our Muslim brothers and sisters through amendments to the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos Act of 2009. This bill aims to address a critical need, ensuring equitable access to Sharia courts for our Muslim brothers and sisters, regardless of where they reside. Alam natin na para sa ating mga kapatid na Muslim, ang Sharia ay hindi lamang batas. Ito ay bahagi ng kanilang pananampalataya at pagkatao. Kapag ang hustisya ay naantala dahil sa kawalan ng akses sa mga hukuman, hindi lang legal na proseso ang napipigilan, kundi ang karapatang pantao at dignidad ng bawat individual. Through this legislation, we aim to harness the power of technology to create a more inclusive and efficient system. This bill empowers the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos in collaboration with the Department of Information and Communications Technology and the Supreme Court to create a digital platform enabling the paperless filing of legal documents. With this innovation, justice becomes not only accessible but immediate. Before I end, allow me to express my gratitude to the sponsor of this bill, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and to my fellow co-authors for their commitment to championing the cause behind this proposed measure. Ginoong Pangulo, ang batas na ito ay isang mensahe na ang bawat Pilipino ay mahalaga, anuman ang relihiyon, lahi o lokasyon. It is a declaration of our nation's diversity, is the strength, and that every citizen deserves to partake in the fruits of progress and fairness. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Senators Villanueva, De La Rosa, Legarda, Revilla, and this representation would like our co-sponsorship speeches be inserted in the records for committee report number 237.
Yes, any objections? There being none, motion is approved.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2613.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate Conference to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of the following bills. Senate Bill number 2252 and House Bill number 7479, Paway Lake Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 2614 and House Bill number 8441, Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 2615 and House Bill number 8394, Mount Sawtooth Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 1691 and House Bill number 7506, San Francisco Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 1725 and House Bill number 7529, Ali B. Jaban Protected Landscape and Seascape Act. Senate Bill number 2616 and House Bill number 8202, Mount Masaraga Protected Landscape Act. Senate Bill number 355 and House Bill number 7322, Taklong and Tandog Group of Islands Natural Park. Senate Bill number 2617 and House Bill number 9396, Panaon in Island Protected Seascape Act. Senate Bill number 2618 and House Bill number 8395, Mount Gutob Protected Landscape Act. And Senate Bill number 2619 and House Bill number 8504, Naga Dimaporo Protected Landscape and Seascape Act. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the motion is approved. The following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of the aforementioned bills. They are Senator Cynthia A. Villar as chairperson, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Senator Mark A. Villar, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel on the part of the minority. So designated.
President,
Mr. President,
on the part of the minority, we are designating Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Oh, yes. So the Senate, on the part of the minority, Senator Risa Ontiveros is hereby designated as one of the Senate conferees to the conference committee. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, January 20, 2025.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, January 20, 2025.